I think I'm live. Maybe. Never can tell. There we go. A mere 3%. Interesting. What's up, Zen Bullet? I know I saw. I apologize. You were coming in late. I saw the one time, and I felt bad because we were wrapping up, and you were like, "Oh, wait," and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." This is definitely the Edgelord stream for sure. For sure. No, it's actually just really late, and I picked up my roommate Amanda from the airport, and she just got back from visiting her boyfriend for the last 2 weeks, and I thought I was like, oh, I'll hop on around 10 o'clock or so, but we ended up just like catching up because I really haven't talked to her for like 2 weeks, and so it took like longer than expected. And anyways, what is up? Those are some lighting choices. Well, it's late night. It's dark. It's, like I said, dark for dark business. Let's see if we should be able to, there we go, bonfire, and get some effects going. Where are my effects? No, that's not it. Anyways, Dark Melinda, yes, that's a cool name. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's the fire setting. So it looks like I'm sitting in front of a fire. Good morning from Sweden. Good morning, Henrik. Yes, you could even say this was Forged in the Dark. Great game. I haven't run Forged in the Dark in a while. Will I be reviewing Blade 68? Probably not. I don't know that they're meaningfully changing anything. I really haven't been following the project because modern day games don't really interest me. And I don't know. I mean, I'm always, of all the things I could look at, a Blades game from Harper, or I think it's from Harper, is not one that I'm going to easily turn down. So, yeah, I mean, we could. But did I plan on it? No, not exactly. That was not on my immediate, that wasn't on my list of things to do immediately. So. What is on my that's great. What is on my thing of list things to do immediately list? Well, we have more first looks, which patrons have paid golden tickets to put to the top of the list. So those need to come out first. We have to finish up the draw steel classes, because again, those were super chat goals that we reached. We need to finish the One Ring one shot, which was always going to be a 2-shot that I did with Bob and Tim and Danny. So that needs to happen. That was only for the patrons, but I think at some point we'll make that available to everybody. Speaking of the One Ring, I need to get to the, the I'm trying to think of it now. The Moria. There we go. The Moria stream game setup, so that which is a solo game, and obviously that's going to require a lot of extra work for me. Probably do some sort of custom interface, custom overlay. I need to figure out how to interact with the chat in a good way. Maybe some music, some cool maps and graphical elements, and then make sure my camera's up so that I can have a top-down camera so you guys can see my dice rolls, my character sheet, so all that. We also had a super chat goal after we did the Golden Knight Awards, where we did. We're going to do some second looks on some of the games that won, and in some of those cases, some of the games that won have been being played either by myself, but a lot of them by community members. So I thought it'd be fun to get community members onto the stream who've been playing some of those games that won awards, and get their thoughts, their processes. Just kind of talk shop about the game and what they like about it, what they don't like about it. Roman, well, that would be 4-year belated birthday. That was an old stream. No, Bob's birthday is actually not until like April or May or something. That got released. That was in the Patreon vault for the last couple of years. We did that years ago. I just released it because of a stream goal, of a tip goal. I guess I can start on Twitch too. I forgot about that. But yeah. Anyways, I thought I would hop on. Say hi. Is that why you guys look so young? Yes. I was probably still in my 30s then, yeah. Oh boy. Gotta figure out this magenta green shift. For some odd reason, these lights, when they're low, look very green. It also could be my camera. No, it's just, to be clear, any LED light is going to have magenta green shifts. Really what it is too is I have a colored light on in the background. Like if I turn the colored light off, it immediately looks better. It's because the colored light is red, and the red is going to look, other things make, magenta and green are on the other spectrums. So when you have a magenta light, it makes other things look green. It's just part of the way that cameras work. It's also part of the way your eye works, but it's definitely part of the way cameras work. So when the camera sees magenta, it tries to counteract it because it wants it to be neutral. So the camera corrects and adds in more green. And because it's adding in green, I'm not red because the red's behind me. Ergo, I look greener. So that's the way cameras work. Magenta and green, yellow and blue. Those are the two pairs. Well, you don't even have to spend your golden tickets, Adam. I would be happy to have you on if you've been running Land of Eam and you have some things that you would like to talk about and stuff that you want to talk about. So, yeah, that'd be great. What's up, Jackal? Good to see you. To make you feel better, I am old and I am in a train going home after work. No, we're all just on our journey of life. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good health-wise. I mean, obviously I could, be better and about going to the gym more often, which I really should, but it's so hard to go to the gym when I could just sit here and talk to my patrons about RPGs all day. And then when they go to bed, I can sit there and talk to the people in Europe about RPGs all night. It's or Australia. It's very tempting. It's hard to do that from the gym. So Callum, going to run DCC for the first time in the coming weeks. I bought Dark Tower, so I have an adventure path for my first go. A bit of crutch, but how do you plan a first session in a new system? As a GM or as a as a group? Well, DCC isn't that complicated, but for me, what I really want to do is make sure, because again, system is important to me. Now, unfortunately, that's not always the case with everybody else. So for me, I really want to make sure that people and my players are aware of what does this system do, and what is this system trying to do, and to make sure that I try to hit those beats in the first session or two. Because I think a mistake that a lot of us make is we just default back to what we know, which for a lot of us is, D&D. And I don't like to do that, so I really try to, that doesn't necessarily mean I need to make sure I know every single rule of the game, but I definitely want to make sure that I know what makes that game unique. What are the elements or what are the parts of that game that make that game what it is? And I really want to make sure I double down on that, because I want players and myself to truly experience that game. Again, a lot of people view, role-playing game systems as just a means to an end, right? They look at, the role-playing, the session is the wine, the system is just the bottle, right? Who cares about the bottle? I don't view role-playing games that way, right? I think there's a reason we choose to play a game system, or we choose to play a different game system, and I really want to make sure that that is indicated and is aware of the game. So, yeah, I think that again, not everyone is like that. Like, if I sit down to play a game like, and especially with game systems where it takes a while, a couple sessions for people to really understand it, but yeah. I don't disagree, Panic. I don't do that, but I'm also very good at internalizing rules, as you may have guessed from watching me on this show many times. And, but if you're not, I think if you're going to sit there and run it solo, I think that could be interesting. But, I think what they're saying, though, Pumpkin, is specifically like they're getting ready to run it and they've never run that game system before. So how do they, before they even get there, get to that? Hey, what's up? Agile Monk, super chatted. Some love for the channel and to help the algorithm of Argo Rhythms. Thank you, Agile Monk. I actually didn't even reset the super chat goal, so appreciate you. I just turned I literally, this is one of those ones where I don't even make a thumbnail. I just hit go live from OBS. So, I have no idea what's going on. Adam, you say the medium is the message, and I also, believe that, right, the system is the setting. So here we go. There's Agile Monk. Dark Derek, a special man is he. Beware of the Dark Derek and his shadowy minions. Yeah. I'd love to get a cool dark aesthetic for Moria. Okay. So this is the kind of level of extra that I am, and is like when I think about doing a Moria. Okay, this is like a One Ring thing here. So in the One Ring, there are 3 categories of when you're traveling, when you're journeying. There are 3 categories of terrain. It can either be wild, borderland, or dark. I think those are the order. And in the normal game of when you're doing hex crawling, you're moving across Eriador, areas around maybe the Shire or places where there's a strong presence of elves or, something like around Bree. That's where you might get that area that is like, more safe. Most of the areas are going to be fairly wild. And then you get into the Darklands. And what it does is it actually sets a sort of a danger level of how likely it is that the Eye of Sauron is going to trigger. And again, it doesn't literally mean the Eye of Sauron. It's just sort of a representation for like the forces of evil sense or your actions have not gone unnoticed. Well, Moria obviously is not a hex crawl, but because Moria is so large, the game uses that same kind of system. And of course, in Moria, most places are going to be dark, but there are going to be these kind of points of light, and maybe even some areas that are borderlands between. And I love the idea of having that all tied to my lighting setup, right? So that when we are going and doing a Moria stream, that when we leave the safety of the first hall where, you know, Balin and the rest of them have sort of made their colony, and we start, you know, going into like maybe the first deep or the second deep, or we start making our way up into the second or third hall, or like the second or third level, you know, that the lights and the mood reflect that change, right, mechanically. So, yeah. Anyways. I don't have any streaming services right now, so no, I have not watched any of it, but it's hard to avoid, you know, people's talking and reviewing about it, and it seems like it's gotten pretty decent reviews. But then again, this doesn't surprise me, right? Part of what made A Game of Thrones so good is that The Song of Ice and Fire, the books that were written by George R. Martin, were good. And David and Dan were basing their scripts and basing their directing and basing their game off of the books. It's when they ran out of books that this show went off a cliff. So Knight of Seven Kingdoms is based off of the book. So it doesn't surprise me that it's good. Oh, wait, what was that? That's right, it's the White Monster. There we go. Ultra energy. So, Stephen Glicker asked me today if I want to go to GAMA. For those of you who don't know what GAMA is the Game Manufacturers Association. Basically, it's like a trade union, sort of trade organization for RPG board game manufacturers. They're the people who actually put on Origins, actually. And it's in Louisville, which is like under 6 hour drive from me. So it's not actually that bad. I've never been to a GAMA because it's a trade show. So it's only for like producers and distributors and shop owners, right? And but the problem is I'm already traveling in March. I'm going to GaryCon, and I'm going to Vegas. So it's like another week of travel. And in my game, which is the YouTube game, especially my version of the YouTube game, like I met oh my god, you guys know who he is. Will from DM Shorts. Is that it? Will from DM Shorts. Very successful dungeon tuber, to say the least. And I met him at one of the PAXs. It was either PAX Unplugged or it was PAX Prime. And he basically makes his videos. He locks in for like 2 weeks, and he makes like 2 months of content in 2 weeks, give or take. So basically he's like 2 weeks on, 6 weeks off, 2 weeks on, 6 weeks off. Or he'll like make videos for a quarter, and he'll spend a couple weeks doing that. And then, you know, he has the rest of that period of time to do stuff. But the most important thing is he's still releasing content, even if he's on vacation or maybe doing a convention or a show. And that's really great. I don't have that luxury because I do live streams. So my model doesn't scale like that. So if I am traveling for several weeks out of a month, you know, that could cut my income in half. basically. So it's and obviously these things are also can be expensive. So it's a little bit more complicated than that, you know. Well, right. I would be going to meet and make deals and connections with people adjacent to your business and industry, which would be the point. Yeah. You know, try to find people and places that, you know, I don't know, try to do this whole business thing that I'm not really particularly good at, but I need to be better at. You know how Glicker likes to make fun of me for not being good at business. Hot take from Adam. I can't stand a prequel. It feels very difficult to create stakes in a scenario where the outcome is deterministic. I just disagree, I guess. Mostly because, again, I don't even know that a lot of times the stakes aren't what even interest me. You know, I mean, I play role-playing games for the last 30 years. Most of the time we win. If I really needed stakes in order for things to feel like, you know, they mattered, I wouldn't be playing role-playing games. And that's not like a fudging thing. I'm just saying, like, look, the fact of the matter is these games are made for people to win. Whether you're using raise dead spells or not, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that like 95+% of the outcomes are always going to be the PCs win at the end. In the end of the day, the PCs win. So if I was only interested in, you know, true tension from like, I don't know what's going to happen, I don't think I'd be playing role-playing games. So what's interesting to me is sort of, you know, it's not the journey, it's the it's not the destination, it's the journey, right? Watch Rand and Ruidian episode of Wheel of Time, Dungeon Meshi style. Just randomly. I only watched season 1 of Wheel of Time, and I'm glad I didn't, you know, and I'm mad that I did, because I actually thought it was okay, even though they made some pretty interesting choices and changes, significantly so. But I'm also kind of like, see, and then they canceled it. This is why I don't watch TV shows anymore, because if I did watch a TV show and it was interesting and it was good, well, then I'm going to be disappointed when they inevitably cancel it and be like, you know, fuck. Right, but even in a movie, like, okay, like a great example of a movie that I loved was First Man. I'm just bringing up like I'm bringing up the Google thing here. First Man with Ryan Gosling, right? Which told the story of Apollo 11 astronaut Neil Armstrong going to the moon. I knew it was going to happen, and I found the movie very entertaining, and in fact, I absolutely loved it. So, I mean, you know, one of my favorite jokes that I've seen is Nate Bargatze, who I think is really funny, and he was like, you know how I know. He's like, Nate Bargatze is like, you know how I know I'm stupid? How I know nothing about history. He's like, anytime he's like, I watch a history documentary, I'm on the edge of my seat. You know, he's like, I watched a movie about Pearl Harbor. He goes, I was just as surprised as they were, which I thought was really funny. But like, yeah. But very bad, very best episode of a very bad series. I don't know. I thought the casting was really good. I thought that whoever they got to play Moraine was really good. What's her name? She's a Bond girl. Why can't I think of her name? She was very good. Let's see. Right. I mean, the other thing too is like any movie is any show you're watching is a prequel to something. Right? Like Star Wars, okay, Empire Strikes Back, or sorry, A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi are technically prequels now because 7, 8, and 9 exist. So does that make them not as good? Like, would you find if you had to sit down and watch, would you define if you sat down to watch 6, would you say that 4, 5, and 6 were bad now because they were now technically prequels? Rosamund Pike, that's it. She was very good. I kind of felt bad that I couldn't remember her name, but that's what older age will do to you. Yeah, no, that's worse, Beowulf. Because if there's more seasons, then I'm even more likely to be like, okay, this needs to be, this needs to resolve. If I'm going to invest that much time, like at the end of the day, if I put in one season and it gets canceled, okay. But if I watched 5 seasons of a show and it was very clearly supposed to have season 6, and then as I get caught up, 6 gets canceled and never happens, now I'm really pissed. Goblins and Android, that may be actually worse. So I am of the belief, this is a good lesson for all of our D&D campaigns and RPG campaigns. Go out on the top. I have seen that actually happen several times. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, with the exception of maybe 2 campaigns, maybe 3, that went all the way to 20 or 30, depending on the game. Almost all of them, we only went to 20 or 30 because we were like, look, we're level 17. That was really awesome. It totally makes sense for the campaign to end here. We kind of resolved the stakes. The characters have kind of completed their arcs, for whatever lack of a better reason. But man, we're just like, we're only 3 levels away from 20. Let's just milk, let's milk one more season out of this campaign. And we do it, we've done it. And it's always just such a, womp, 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 womp. But, so, but I get it. I get it. I've probably gotten max level campaigns much more than other people, but very early on, remember my group, we always like to start at level 1. Very early on, my group identified that we liked going 1 to 20, but we also agreed that we preferred a certain level range of the game, probably like level 5 to 11, maybe, from like a 3rd edition classic D&D progression, right? Like when the wizard, starts getting like 5 to 7 spells per day, when the fighter has a fair number of hit points and is just going to die. Maybe they have a special, trick or 2 up their sleeve, fireballs available. But once you start getting like raise dead and teleport and plane shift, the game changes very much in a way that it doesn't always necessarily our favorite. So what we've done for a long time is we will double the XP gain, say from level 1 to 5. And then we will switch to normal XP, give or take. Sometimes we've done half, but most of the time it's just regular XP from say level 5 to 11 or 5 to 13. And then we will double it again, or even sometimes we will just go into a U level once a session, as we sort of make this kind of exponential power leap to the end just to get to 20. Usually to suddenly go fight God in space or something like that. Just because it's D&D, like what else are you going to do? Like the power level of your characters, there's just so many problems with D&D in the modern framework because it's like the way that the scale of time works and the way that the power progression works out, it's like, you've been so focused on this very small, intimate setting where, you're worried about this, the local village and their interaction with the villainous Duke. And, it's very, very, almost pastoral. It's very, nitty and gritty. And, time is passing at a somewhat decent clip. And then you look around and you kind of get, stuck in the weeds and you go on a couple adventures. And then before you know it, your characters are able to, they're like Superman. They're able to fly and burn people with laser beams out of their eyes. And they're shifting through planes of existence and teleporting. And you're like, what happened to our, and so suddenly it just feels like, I don't know, Dark God from Space attacks. I don't, we trying to make that type of adventure work in a real world doesn't work in any capacity, which is why original D&D was very smart, because what they realized is that when you reach that level where the real world suddenly doesn't really make sense for high level adventuring, the game gave you plane shift, and the game gave you the astral spell, and the game gave you etherealness. And then the assumption was basically that you were going to go plane hopping and go fight gods and stuff, and go fight demons and devils and all sorts of crazy extraplanar creatures. I think this idea that you're trying to keep a sort of I don't know, gritty Game of Thrones type adventure path going from level 1 to 20 is crazily outrageous, because any threat that exists on the material plane or your world that is capable of challenging level 17 or level 18 or level 19 adventurers would have shook the very bedrock of foundation of the universe, of the entire nation, or maybe the whole world. It just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. This is why 4th edition worked particularly well. The heroic tier, which was levels 1 through 10, was sort of defined by adventuring in, the material plane, basically, your starting region and some of the other adjoining areas and all this other stuff. When you got to the Paragon tier, which was level 11 to 20, that's when you started doing things like going to the mirror worlds. You would go to the Shadowfell, you would go to the Feywild, which were still, at the end of the day, basically real quote-unquote worlds, just maybe a different or pale reflection. And then at epic level tier, you were fighting angels and gods and demons, floating in giant floating chaos bergs, floating in the astral sea or whatever. And that was the scale of the game, because it just didn't make sense for your character to still be, putzing around in, wherever, the starting region, and you're a level 18 character. It doesn't even make sense. Even EverQuest did that differently. The original EverQuest was levels 1 through 50, I think. And you trampezed around Norath, which was pretty much just generic fantasy. And then when the game was okay, well, you're done with that. So the first expansion was oh, here is this legendary lost continent, basically kind of almost like if Atlantis rose from the depths. Okay, we go there. Okay, where's the next? The moon. You go to the moon. All right, well, where do we go after that? The planes of existence. That's the progression that EverQuest went from. Generic fantasy, Lord of the Rings, to lost continent of Atlantis, the moon, the planes of existence. That was the jump in levels, in scale and scope. And then you fight God in space and the game ends. End of story. What's up, Vin? Hashtag After Dark. After Dark, indeed. Enjoying my freedom. Oh, it's very nice. It's very nice. I appreciate it though. Should be on Roll for Combat tomorrow. I haven't been on in almost 2 months, actually. So, great question. How's the finances for 2026 looking? Are we getting a job soon? So, great question. The answer is no. I'm not planning on getting a job or interviewing anytime soon. Now, why? Well, reason number one is the job market right now is really tough. And I'm not going to lie, not because of this whole YouTube thing, but just because after, during COVID and stuff like that, I was working for a company that got acquired by another company, and I was working remote, and it was great. I loved working remote. I don't want to go into an office. And between the job market in general sucking, that's number one. Number two, the job market for data scientists and data analytics really sucks. AI has kind of really hurt that area. Unless you want to be some sort of like AI sycophant, which I'm not really particularly interested in that. Like, I used, ChatGPT to make like, I don't know, silly, stupid, dumb memes, but I'm not really interested in like trying to like be one of those like, shove AI into everything type thing. That's not what I want to do for a living. And I want to do analytics, but analytics is kind of dead right now. So number one, the job market sucks in general. Number two, the job market sucks specifically. Yeah, Derek, you hashtag not cynicism. Data scientist, you mean prompt engineer. To the point where, full disclosure, the last project I was working on for my former company before I got laid off was prompt engineering. And I was miserable. And was not great. It was not good. Zen says, believe and achieve. Thank you, Zen Bullet. I appreciate it. Did you all moved? You were moving, right, Zen? I think you were moving, but I think you have moved, or you were moving. Anyways, market sucks. Market for me in my career specifically sucks. But then also too, there's just a lot of companies who are more in the, remote is dead, come into the office, validate our commercial property decisions. And I'm not about that lifestyle, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. So there's that. And none of that sounds particularly appealing to me. So that's a big factor in it. Number two, as many people had noticed, or I had noted, I should say, in 2023, 2024, I was saving up. I was going to buy a new house. I live in a very nice condo. It's a 3-bedroom condo. It's more than enough space for me, but I wanted my own land, and I wanted more space for myself and some of my projects. And I had dreams before my wood shop burned to the ground of maybe having like a separate a separate workshop on premises that wasn't connected to my house. Like fully plumbed, fully electrified standing structure, and all that stuff. So I wanted that. But so I was saving up money. And then obviously the housing prices here in America just kept going up and up and up and up and up. And the mortgage rates were like, I don't know, 9% or something at one point, which is crazy. And so I had saved up a not inconsiderate amount of money to be able to make a down payment. I was trying to anyways. That didn't happen. Now, luckily, one of the reasons I was hesitant to pull the trigger, there were several reasons. Number one was I bought my condo at during the Great Recession, right? The mortgage crisis. So I bought my house after banks, crashed, and I was able to get a really good mortgage interest rate. Now, to be clear, my own company reached out to me and like refinanced my own mortgage with myself at that time. Anyways, just to lock me in, I guess. So I have a very good mortgage interest rate. So trading in a sub 3% mortgage for a 9% mortgage, even if the housing prices were normal, would still be financial suicide. But housing prices were up and mortgage rates were up. So I was like really hesitant to buy a house. But I was also hesitant to buy a house because it was going to be an increased financial load. And I, quite frankly, didn't have a good feeling about my company. It was in the midst, they were trying to sell. They were kind of desperate to sell. So I kind of felt like whoever they sold to wasn't maybe going to work out that well. and time has proven that to be completely true. And I wasn't sure what role analytics would have at whatever company did buy us. Turns out there wasn't one. And I didn't really know. I didn't really see the AI thing happening, so I misjudged that. But I did basically feel like, I don't know if I want to take on I don't know if I want to triple my mortgage note with this kind of potential, financial uncertainty in my future. So I held off. You could say I was a chicken, but I held off. And, the prices were bad and the mortgage rates were bad. And my job seemed like it was unreliable at best. Well, all of that ended up working out to my favor because I did get laid off. And so anyways, I had a bucket of cash. Now, that means that I don't have to worry if I have a shortfall because of a month, maybe I don't get enough tips or something one month and, I have a little bit of a shortfall. I can make up for it. Now, that's obviously not sustainable in the long term. I would like to be, putting money into accounts, not taking it out to cover my bills. But I'm not like under immediate duress. So that gives me some time to make certain decisions. So number one, I think the job market sucks. Number two, the job market, I think for people in my position is not great. Number three, a lot of people don't want to do work from home. And I basically am at a point in my life where I'm like, I kind of need to work from home. I think I'd just be absolutely miserable otherwise. All this return to office stuff would just, again, maybe if I had to, right? Like if someone put if I didn't have any other choice, I guess I would. But and then I've got some cash. So then that brings us to option the fifth, item the fifth, which is, can I make more money with the YouTube channel? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out together. Obviously, people, people come to me for advice on how to run their Kickstarters and advice on how to design their games. But, could I do that myself? I don't know. It's a big question. It's a tough question. Certainly a single, $250,000 Kickstarter would be, more than enough to get me through a year or, even 18 months, 24 months. So yeah. The creator of Nimble actually was apparently shouting me out on his launch live stream because he was saying that he was able to talk to me and I gave him a bunch of advice about how to run his Kickstarter. And he was very appreciative of it. So, again, I'm not an idiot. I just, if it's not my thing, I can give you all sorts of great advice. Which stream? I don't know. You said, how did that stream? I'm not sure which stream you're referring to. Adam had a final interview today for a position helping lead strategic development in AI and analytics for a nonprofit. Well, at least it's for a nonprofit, Adam. So I appreciate that. I'm kind of over AI. If I'm being completely honest with you. The Nimble dev stream. I thought it was great. We covered a lot of stuff, and Evan felt like he got a lot of valuable insights about different games, the way different games do different things, and pushing back on some of his design ideas, and understanding what his understanding and what his belief is of what an 5e and what an RPG mechanic is, and that was kind of very educational to a certain extent. Hold on. Do I have a be right back? I need to. Okay, I guess I don't. I thought I had one of those. I guess I don't. Text, maybe? B. Interesting. I thought I did. All right. I guess I'll create one. B. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty. Oh, we're back. Ooh. Mateo said it was a solid stream with lots of good discussion about design. Well, thank you, Mateo. I thought it was really good too. Jackal says the recent harmony mechanics talk about Wilder reaches has me really, really thinking you should make your own thing. Now that's interesting that you would say that, considering we accomplished nothing, and we we endlessly circled over the tiniest little points of not that I disagreed with them. I thought Darth and Strat were making good points. It's interesting that you say that. Oh, that's good. Derek, that's good. I'm very bad at doing that, but yeah, that's a good advice. The Nimble interview stream was cool. I don't agree with a lot of Evan's. This is from Pumpkin, not me. The Nimble interview stream was cool. I don't agree with a lot of Evan's design principles and opinions, but I do recognize he seems a really good game designer. Yeah, and he's a fantastic, great designer. And I cannot stress how much of an impact that makes on just how everything looks better and feels like it's better too. Got it. Okay, Adam. So, okay, got it. So okay, got it. You mean neural networks and stuff like that, not necessarily LLMs. Got it. Well, ultimately, that's why he has one Kickstarter. It's why he has a game. It's why he has one Kickstarter done. It's why, people like me own his game in a box. It's why he's in the midst of doing a second Kickstarter right now that did, $210,000 or whatever on the first day. And it's because, and I mean this very lovingly, I think to really do this and to do this game well, or by game, I mean like design and do things. I think there's a part of you that has to either be incredibly naive or incredibly confident, almost to the point of conceit. And again, I'm saying that with love. I'm not trying to be like besmirch anybody, but I feel like there's a certain amount of gumption that you have to have, right? Where you believe that your ideas are, so that much better than anybody else, that you're putting your game out there. And again, I think that either comes from a certain amount of conceit. I think it comes from a certain amount of or naivete. I think optimism and gumption are just dancing around that would be horrible design. I think that would be horrible because hopeful is the worst one. You're like, why is your game better? And you go, I don't know if it is. I hope it is. Who would buy that game? That's terrible. Right? Moxie's another way of saying, you've got swagger, so and to have swagger is to have that sort of self-possessed confidence that, I've got it, you want it, you want it. You just mean, pulling the slot machine. That seems also terrible, Memes Lich says, if it's one thing that people are now, it's conceited and naive. And again, I'm not saying that in a bad way. I really am not. I think that there's advantages to having that kind of, go get 'em attitude and, that's great, I think. Vin nailed it with Moxie. Moxie's good. For sure. What's up, Elaine? Good to see you. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate the support. It's very well appreciated. Very well appreciated. Thank you so much, Elaine. Sorry, there's a lot of chat I'm just missing here. Chair stream. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. I've been running my system for a few weeks now. It has some problems, but I don't hate it yet. Well, that would be good. Everyone's got a system. Shazbot says, Derek is truly the Seinfeld of RPG design. Yes, that's kind of a good way. It's a good way of just saying it. Well, I mean, Evan from Nimble has a huge background in graphic design, so that really does help too. Awesome. It's a very solid game. I think it plays very nicely. I think especially if you're coming from a more like, a system like 5e or even PF2, I think it'll just flow really nicely at the game system, Yeah, no, Nimble's doing great. I'm very proud of him, and I think I mean, I would like to see him do, if he could do 300, I think that'd be great. 200 plus on the first day is pretty good. So hopefully, it'd be great. 300, 350. I think it'd be great. Moxie is so noir coded. It is. You got Moxie, kid. Now listen here. If you want to get ahead in this business, you got to have moxie here. You see? You can't be going around pussyfooting on these type of things. No, no, no. You got to have style and swagger, kid. That's the key. That's the ticket to the top. A little bit of moxie. Yeah. I mean, Evan's knocked it out of the park. It's a gorgeous game, and people are excited about it. He's built a community that's excited about it. That's alone is really cool. So Seldon Hari says, it's about understanding that it isn't about being perfect or better than anyone else. It's just about having a vision, doing the work, and getting it out there. Most tables just want something that works. Now, we had a Discord poll that we did where we related the 7 clans of Legend of the Five Rings to being a game designer. The classic Knights of Last Call shenanigans. And here we have it. Okay. So it says, as a GM or designer, which Legend of the Five Rings clan do you belong to? Okay. Oh, I didn't know they did that. And you can see what people have actually voted for here. But it says Lion Clan. And so part of the idea is in Legend of the Five Rings, there's this idea that this is what I was kind of debating, was this order of pragmatism, okay, and how pragmatic the clans are. And I argued that the clans that are arguably the most honorable and the most highly honorable clans in the Empire are the Lion and the Crane. In fact, the Lion is called the right hand of the Emperor, and the Crane is called the left hand of the Emperor. And as you kind of move down this list, in my personal opinion, the clans become more and more pragmatic. And to the point where, the Crane clan would say something like, what is the point of saving the Empire if we lose or sacrifice everything that makes the Empire worth it saving? And the Scorpion clans, their whole shtick is the Empire, the duty and loyalty to the Empire above everything else, even our honor. And, in an idealistic Lion samurai, they would say that even the entire Empire is not worth one man's or one woman's honor, right? That you should never, what's the line from Watchmen, right? Never compromise, even in the face of annihilation, right? Like there's this platonic ideal of a lion samurai who, given the choice between, committing a vile, dishonorable act or saving the empire, which would you take? Which would you choose? And the Lion Clan would say, I would hope I would save my honor. And so there's this idea of pragmatism, and pragmatism also applies to, to design. And so the idea of the Lion Clan is this idea of principle first design, right? The system that you're designing prioritizes correctness, balance, and internal consistency, even if this increases the complexity, right? You want your system to answer all of the questions. You don't want it to leave any ambiguities, right? You want your system to be whole and complete. You don't care if it increases the complexity, or even if the game, in a certain sense, becomes unplayable. Because as long as the game, is correct, right? It's true to your vision. That's the only thing that matters. That you got your game out there, right? And that is a wonderfully, beautiful idea, right? But it's not very pragmatic, right? Is it? So the next is the Crane Clan, which I elegance first design, which is that the system prioritizes elegance, presentation, and theme, and assumes that the players will meet it halfway. And so this is where you get into this idea of the system itself needs to be a beautiful thing, right? What the Lion Clan failed to mistake is that in designing a correct game, you also have to make the game inelegant and thus not beautiful. And so this Crane Clan, if someone says, is Luke Crane a crane? I kind of think Luke Crane is a crane, and I also think I'm a crane, where it's still about the system, but now it's not just the Lion Clan. It's almost like my system will do what I want it to do. And I don't care what it takes. I don't care if I have to add in 55 pages. I don't care if I have to add in, a chart and this chart and this chart and subsystem on top of a subsystem. The Crane Clan person is in some ways is just as driven by wanting those, principles to be expressed. But they're like, but can I do this with one simple, beautiful mechanic that just works, and it ties all of the systems together in this beautiful, harmonious dance? So that's the Crane Clan. Next is the Phoenix Clan, which is concept first design, which is the system is using mechanics primarily to express ideas, themes, and metaphors rather than optimize the play experience. So a Phoenix Clan says, look, this game is just a vehicle for me to get my idea out there. And I don't really care about optimizing the play experience. I just want my game to represent my idea or the theme that I am trying to do. That's what interests me the most. And I don't really care about the system. It could be anything. What I care about is my idea. I care about my dream. The Dragon Clan is kind of in the middle. And even historically in the Dragon Clan, they are very kind of separated and neutral. So this is called the Facilitator Trust Design. The system provides minimal structure and relies on the table to interpret, adapt, and complete it. So this is the fruitful void, right? This is the OSR, right? I'm going to create a game system, but it is going to basically leave a lot of space for the GM to make up rulings and make up all the stuff things. The fact that it's called the Fruitful Void makes even more sense when you think about the Dragon Clan is like, very monastic, very Cohen. They live up in the mountains, separate from the empire. And so the Dragon Clan is like, look, I don't want my game system to do anything. You figure it out, right? Go on that journey of self-expression. Take a step into the fruitful void and be one with the universe, right? That's the Dragon Clan. Now, the reason why this is on the scale of pragmatism is because, aesthetic monks living in the mountains isn't necessarily the most pragmatic thing, because it's like, look, people do need guidance and directions, okay? The next is the Unicorn Clan. This is adaptability first design. The system is designed to work well across many tables, playstyles, and experience levels. So now it's still about creating a system, but that system isn't about elegance or making sure that your idea is expressed, okay? It's about, is this game playable? And the number one overriding principle of you is this game, rugged and can you play it across a bunch of different tables, and can a new person pick it up and play it or whatever. So Unicorn Clan is like the 5e in some ways, right, of the D&D, of the RPG system. So then there's the Crab Clan. Now we're getting into the really pragmatic stuff. Crab Clan is a reliability first design where the system prioritizes stability, guardrails, and resistance to misuse or edge cases. And we can all think of the game that's coming to the top of our front when we think about this, right? Pathfinder 2nd edition. Crab Clan is like, look, this, we live in a society, okay? And it's like, the reality is this is a game and it's played by people, and the people are going to do X, Y, and Z. And my system should be prepared to, answer these. And then lastly, the Scorpion Clan. The system is intentionally structured to produce specific emotional or narrative outcomes. So the Scorpion Clan says, look, in the ultimate sign of pragmatism, we're just here to have fun. Right? Isn't that the whole point? So shouldn't our game, it doesn't really matter what our game does or what a game, if our game isn't producing a great, fun, engaging experience, then what are we even doing here? Right? And so that should be our number one goal. Our goal should be the outcome, right? Our goal shouldn't be the journey. Our goal should be the destination. What is the destination? And what do we have to do to get there? And the rest of it be damned. Who cares? And so that's the Scorpion-based realm. Because again, in the annals of the Empire, the Scorpion Clan, in fact, in sort of a very nihilistic viewpoint, Scorpion Clan are renowned in Legend of the Five Rings for being the people who would literally do anything to save the Empire. They will lie. They will deceive themselves. In fact, the Scorpion are the only clan that is basically willing to sacrifice their honor so that the Empire can survive, right? Now, don't get me wrong. They don't have any sort of twisted view of honor, like, oh, what I'm doing is honorable. No, they know that what they're doing is being dishonorable, but they do it because it means that the Empire gets to live on. That is like the definition of GM fudging, right? You're lying. You're being deceitful. You're sacrificing your honor so that the game experience can move on and everyone can walk away with like, oh my God, that was the greatest session of D&D that I've ever played in my entire life. So there's an element of Scorpion, right, which can become very Now, here's the thing. I think that's very like as a crane and a lion, it's well, that's the thing, Unfortunate Pumpkin. If someone tells you they're lying to you, does that make it any less of a lie? Here's the thing. I've said this before. PBTA games, Fate, they're fudging. They're just fudging openly. They're still lying to you, right? I love it. Memeslich says, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. So yeah, it's very much, it is a sort of fudging, but above the table. What is a GM move but a fudge? Oh, it's fiction first. You're telling, no, but you have principles and agendas, right? Make the game feral, make the game interesting, fill the characters' lives with danger, adventure, and excitement. You are constructing and concocting an experience independent of the game itself. Okay, fun L5R lore series, or fun L5R / maybe Japanese lore snippet. So in Legend of the Five, now I'm going to speak strictly from Legend of the Five Rings because I do not want to culturally appropriate. But Legend of the Five Rings, in theory, has taken some of these things from actual Asian cultures, particularly Japan. But in Legend of the Five Rings, a lot of homes and palaces and the like are separated by very thin rice paper screens that offer a form of visual privacy, but really don't offer any sort of actual privacy. Certainly not, they're not going to block sound or block auditory. And as sort of like a cultural element, there's sort of this accepted understanding that if something is hidden behind like a screen, then even if you heard it, you didn't hear it. And to say that you heard it would be dishonorable. Okay? Because look, our walls are made out of rice paper. Like I can't have a private moment because if I did, it would be kind of awkward, right? So there's this idea that if you can't see me, even if you can hear me, then you don't really know. You're not supposed to acknowledge that I actually said it. And that's why the Scorpion clan all wear masks. Because they are basically telling you, I'm like walking around with a screen on my face. And that everything I say, I'm kind of, by definition of our cultural norms and expectations, allowed to kind of lie to you. Like you can't really say anything. You can't do anything. This is also why, courtiers have fans in Legend of the Five Rings, right? The folding fans. Because the idea is, if I'm going to whisper something to Vin, right, to self-confessed Finnick, and I pop open a fan and I hide our mouths and I say it to him, and you hear it clearly because we're standing next to you, you can't say that you heard it, because to say that you heard it would be dishonorable because you didn't see me say it. It was hidden behind a fan, but I heard you say it. Yeah, but our cultural expectation is that if you can't see me say it, then you don't know that I said it. And you're not supposed to act like you know I said it. And if you said that you heard me say it, even though you didn't, that's very dishonorable for you. That's a bad look for you. And you can imagine in a world where everyone's trying their hardest to live by these crazy rules of honor. And when you have one clan, the Scorpion clan, who go, we don't care about that, you can imagine how that gives them a lot of power. Self-confessed cynic says, tell me about my beloved unicorn clan. Yeah, so we speaking of like the stupid and or dumb uses of ChatGPT, we asked ChatGPT to like what games would be associated with each clans. So it said, let me see if I can find it here. Here we go. Unicorn Clan is Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, Savage Worlds, and Cipher System. Those are the ones that got the Unicorn Clan the things. So the statement that, after we kind of define these characteristics, this is what ChatGPT says. It says Unicorn Clan, adaptation, playtesting, and reach. It's quote, it needs to work for a lot of people. Design born from actual play diversity. Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. Flexible, forgiving, culturally omnivorous. Identity sacrificed for greater accessibility. Savage Worlds. Explicitly pragmatic rules. Fast, furious, fun, even if they are incoherent. Cipher System. Modular, adaptable, GM-centric, but without being austere, like maybe a lot of Fruitful Void games. Common thread. Playability beats purity. Always. So that's what it said about Unicorn Clan-based design. And you know what? That sounds horrible. Sounds awful. That's a great question. I don't know if it gave us Dragon Brain for that. Well, no, I mean, it's saying it's great because it's, culturally, it's accessible to everything. Yeah, so beauty in all things. Right? There is no one right clan, right, Shazbot? Unless, of course, it's your clan, in which case it's the Crane clan. That is the greatest clan. You know what's great about that, Vin? right, is that in some ways, Unicorn and Crane are both allies and enemies in L5R. That's kind of really funny. But yes, they are very opposed, I would say. I mean, I would say, right, so obviously Scorpion Clan is the most opposed to Lion Clan, which is true, even in, L5R. What I will say, though, is interesting, is that while this scale goes from least pragmatic to most pragmatic, there is also something that's interesting about the nature of the rules and what the rules are trying to do, which is to say, in my opinion, that the system has an opinion. And to that end, the Scorpion, that clan, that type of design, it does have an opinion. It wants its game to produce an outcome. It is opinionated about it. And in that way, it is actually similar to the Lion Clan and to the Crane Clan, right? They kind of loop back around. And in that respect, when you start looking at things like the Dragon Clan and the Unicorn Clan, those are the clans that go, we don't really have an opinion. Our system is just out there. And you can do whatever you want with it, and you can make out of it whatever you want out of it. So I do think that there is a strange, there's almost, in some ways, there is kind of a loop back around, which is that the Scorpion Clan and the Lion Clan might go about it in a very, very, very different way. But at the end of the day, the Scorpion Clan and the Lion Clan based game design do have an opinion. And they do want that opinion to be expressed through the game's play. They're not just like, oh, just use it for whatever you want. So as an example, I think Dread is a great example of a Scorpion Clan design, right? The Dread game is designed for one purpose only, to produce an emotional outcome. Everything else is secondary. It is just designed to create this feeling of tension and dread. But no one would ever say that the mechanics are useful for anything else. And you shouldn't use Dread to do anything else. It is for that express purpose and that express purpose alone. And that's what makes it really interesting from a perspective of comparing it and contrasting it to, say, the other clans, right? Yeah, I mean, Lion clans are those are the ones, the classics, right? Which so again, I'll write up from this. The Lion Clan, the idealist, the wargamer, the traditionalist, the system, the system must be correct. Lion design philosophy starts from principle, structure, and tradition. Rules should be internally consistent, even if they're heavy. Balance is sacred, even at the cost of speed or accessibility. Players' skill is proven through mastery of complexity. Edge cases are solved by more rules, not fewer, and certainly not by the GM. If a game is hard to learn, that's a feature, not a bug, and is a way to separate the committed gamer from the casual. Design mantra: if everyone follows the rules perfectly, the game comes to life. Now, the failure mode is brittle systems that collapse under real, actual human behavior. That's the failure state. So what's an example of a Lion Clan game? Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. GURPS, Rollmaster. And what is the common thread of these games? These games do not bend to the player. The player bends to them. Now, Smendon says, so PF2E. No. PF2E, we think, is the Crab Clan. The Crab Clan is the Legend of the Five Rings, or the people who, man the wall. The functional engineer. The system must not break. That's their quote. Crab design assumes players will push abuse, forget, and misunderstand rules. The mechanics are often defensive. Edge cases are anticipated and reinforced. The game is designed to function under stress. Bad GMs, tired players, chaotic tables. Fun right now beats elegant later on. Redundancy and blunt tools are acceptable. Design mantra. A clunky rule that always works is better than an elegant rule that sometimes fails. That's their mantra. Well, yeah, no, Mateo, that's why it's saying. But the hallmark of the unicorn clans are their adaptability and their willingness to basically be flexible and work with all sorts of different cultures, which is why D&D 5th edition is there. I think it makes perfect sense, actually, because D&D 5th edition can be a neo-noir detective game, or it can be Silk and Savage Worlds, or it could be a modern, spy caper, or it can be a fantasy adventure, or it could be a dungeon crawler, or it could be Critical Role, or it could be whatever. It's it's chameleon. It's got mass appeal, right? The Unicorn Clan is, that adaptive pragmatist. So, in fact, you want to read this? Unicorn Clan, the adaptive pragmatist. Quote, the system must survive contact with reality. Unicorn design starts with actual play, not theory. Rules bend to the table's needs. Mechanics are modular, hackable, and forgiving. Cultural or genre purity is secondary or even tertiary to fun. Playtesting across wildly different groups and genres is prioritized. Borrowing ideas from other systems is encouraged and recommended. The design mantra, a system that works everywhere is better than a system that's perfect somewhere. That is the Unicorn's design mantra. So there you go. And to me, that feels very Unicorn Clan-y. Now, what is the failure mode or the failure state of the Unicorn Clan? Loss of identity, thematic dilution, or loss of identity or thematic dilution. Right? Your game has no soul. What defines you? Nothing. You are defined by your lack of definition. Let me bring up so on our Discord, the people who did vote, we had 5 votes for Lion, 9 votes for Crane, 13 votes for Phoenix, 3 votes for Dragon, 3 votes for Unicorn Clan, 5 votes for Crab, and 11 votes for Scorpion Clan. Yes, and of course, in real life, like all things, you would probably be a mix of these things. And of course, this is also just for fun. I mean, this isn't actually serious. And it was mostly based off us making a joke about me. I was making a comment about my L5R ring scores. And then it made me think about how I'm kind of like a crane. What's the down low on the Phoenix? Okay, so the deal with the Phoenix is the Phoenix Clan in Legend of the Five Rings are sort of they're like the ones who are in tune with the elements. They actually sort of stood apart from the Empire. They only joined the Empire because they were the champion promised to serve them. They were already sort of a power unto themselves. I like how Pumpkin says Beowulf is always trying to cheat by choosing multiple. Right? He's just like I'm kind of a lion, crane, phoenix, unicorn, dragon, scorpion. It's like, well, but you're saying that means nothing. That's what you're saying. That means nothing. Okay, so the Phoenix Clan is the theorist or the systems academic. Their quote: "The system must express truth." Phoenix design is all about conceptual rigor and emergent meaning. Mechanics are metaphors. Subsystems exist to model ideals, not convenience. Balance is less important than philosophical coherence. Designers assume players want to explore why the game works. Edge cases are interesting, not bugs. The design mantra: if the system models reality accurately, play will emerge naturally. So that is the design mantra of the Phoenix, right? So I mean, again, so that's that's the idea. It's like if you are trying to model ideas, right? And that idea could be a genre, it could be a simulation, it could be something else. But the idea is that if you try to create that instance through the game rules, you're not really trying, basically Phoenix is kind of like, you're not trying to create a game, right? You're trying to create something else, right? That's why it's called the theorist / the system academic, right? And then that will create something to emerge naturally. The failure mode, by the way, is over-engineered systems that intimidate or exhaust players. True. By the way, since we've read all of these, we might as well keep reading more of them. Crane Clan, the formalist, the prestige designer. The system must be beautiful. Crane designers care about presentation, tone, and elegance in their mechanics. Rules reinforce theme and genre above all else. Mechanics should feel elegant, even if they are inefficient. The game assumes polite, skilled, emotionally literate players. Books are art objects. Clarity may occasionally bow to aesthetics. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. Design mantra: if the game is designed right, players will play it right. Now, again, remember, from top to bottom, Lion Clan is the least pragmatic. Scorpion Clan is the most pragmatic, right? So Crane Clan is extremely not pragmatic. It's not a very pragmatic viewpoint of the game. So I tend to agree, right? You know, Crane Clan is one of those things where it's like, you know, we didn't have fun playing Burning Wheel. And it's like, well, because you were playing it wrong. If you were playing it right, you would have had fun. Duh. So yeah, that's Crane Clan. We did Phoenix Clan. Oh, Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan, the minimalist, the enlightened hacker. The system must get out of the way for the system to exist. Dragon designers care about insight, flexibility, and restraint. Rules are deliberately sparse. Ambiguity is intentional. It invites interpretation. The GM is trusted as a co-designer. Player creativity is valued over mechanical expression. The game is often unfinished on purpose. Design mantra: give players just enough structure to discover their own truths. That's the Dragon Clan. All right, lastly, the Scorpion Clan, the radical pragmatist, the social engineer. Their quote: the system must work, even if it lies. Scorpion design is results-driven and unapologetically so. Illusion of choice illusion of balance and illusion of agency are acceptable if they improve the play experience. Rules are tools for emotional and table manipulation. The game openly engineers behaviors such as pacing, tension, and spotlight. Players don't need to understand the system. They just need to feel it. Broken immersion is preferable to broken play. Design mantra. If the players had fun, the system succeeded. Don't worry about why. So that's the Scorpion Clan's design mantra. So now to be here, this is where ChatGPT was, there was a little bit of, we asked it to give some examples. It was a little bit, you could argue some of these and you wouldn't be wrong to argue some of these, but the Lion Clan, again, about tradition, correct, mastery. AD&D, first edition, second edition. GURPS, Roll Master. Crane Clan, elegance, prestige, social assumptions of your players. Legend of the Five Rings, The One Ring, Burning Wheel and its derivatives. Now, by the way, it shouldn't be noted that some of Derek's favorite games that he's ever seen, Legend of the Five Rings, The One Ring, and Burning Wheel and its derivatives. So again, we didn't make this do this. This was the case. Phoenix Clan, theory, meaning, emergence. The system is making a statement. These games are about something. And the examples they gave are Ars Magica, Unknown Armies, which is a game we haven't really talked about, but it was popular back in the day, and Mage, the Ascension, and other World of Darkness games, right? Rules as ideology, rules as philosophy, right? So that's Phoenix Clan. Dragon Clan, minimalism, trust, and insight. OSR, Into the Odd and its derivatives, Blades in the Dark. Common thread. The designer assumes that the table and the GM are wiser than the rulebook. Unicorn Clan we did before, right? It needs to work for a lot of people. D&D 5th edition, Savage Worlds Cipher System. The common thread, playability beats purity. Crab Clan, reliability, stress, testing, and defense. Quote, assume the table is messy. These games are meant to survive bad players. Pathfinder 2nd edition, Shadowrun, Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition. Oh, by the way, I should say here, Pathfinder 2nd edition, edge cases sealed, math is tight, loopholes welded shut. Shadowrun, overly built subsystems to prevent catastrophic imbalance. It succeeds sometimes. D&D 4th edition, explicit roles, bounded math, encounter math that will not break. Scorpion Clan, fun is engineered, not hoped for. PBTA, fate, dread. Common thread. If the table feels tension and emotion, the system did its job, whether it did it honestly or not. So there you go. That was, now granted, that was with some of our inputs, from it, but that was what ChatGPT took from our conversation and when we asked it to prompt it to do it. And I think it was pretty good. We asked it about Daggerheart, didn't we? Sentiment in here. Let me see here. Fable Ultima. Wait, did I? Maybe we didn't ask it about Daggerheart. Oh, here where would you put Daggerheart? So Daggerheart, it put 45. So it says there's several places. Primary placement, 45% match to Scorpion Clan. Why Daggerheart is fundamentally Scorpion. Emotion first engineering. The core loop, hope, fear, stress, and the following fallouts exist to manufacture emotional beats, momentum, desperation, clutch reversals, narrative consequences. Player behavior shaping. The dice economy and resource pressure strongly nudge players towards taking risks, sharing the spotlight, and leaning into dramatic failure. Illusion of control. Players feel empowered, but pacing and tension are tightly managed by the system and by the GM through fear expenditure. Explicit genre targeting. The game is unapologetically tuned to a specific type of emotional fantasy storytelling. So it most commonly puts it into Scorpion. However, very strong secondary fit, Unicorn Clan. This is where Daggerheart differs from many narrative games. It's designed for broad adaptation. The game is explicitly built to onboard new players, support long campaigns, work at convention, streaming, and one-shot tables. It's forgiving by design. Failure rarely hard stops play. Stress and fear escalate drama without derailing sessions. Modular growth. Classes, domains, and abilities slot in predictably. So those are its two fits for Daggerheart. So basically it says it's Scorpion Unicorn. What clan is Narsim fiction first, role play centered immersionism that emphasizes character goals over players' goals, presumably, with deep psychology and creates emotional and personal drama? I'm not sure. That's a very specific set of circumstances. So Jam says, damn, ChatGPT cooked on that one. I mean, sometimes it gets it right. I mean, it is reading everything that we type on the internet, right? Now, Smendon could be absolutely right. Maybe that's why there's such a dissonance. Fans of remember, what was the Hallmark Unicorn game? D&D 5th edition, right? What was the Hallmark Scorpion game? Fate, Blades in the Dark. So, that's where there could be a dissonance. Fans of Unicorn games think it's more that style, and fans of Scorpion games doesn't think it's enough of Scorpion games. So, yes, that is, I think, absolutely the correct, right? It's for people who want to play Blades in the Dark or Powered by the Apocalypse, but also want to have feats and levels, and cool fireballs and a card, and a little snippet of rules text that says you get this cool button that you can now push to make cool thing happen. Right. That's both the brilliance of Daggerheart, and the tension of Daggerheart, So this is a hot take. It says this. If Fabula Ultima is Scorpion design with designer transparency, then Daggerheart is Scorpion design with production discipline, which I think is actually very accurate. I think the structure is very minimal. In fact, actually, Anati, like in the example of the game, John Harper writes about numerous situations and then says, maybe you would do something differently. Or how when it's describing action roles, it describes how it's like, you should use Wreck, but maybe Prowl would be better. Maybe you should use Skirmish, but maybe Hunt would be more appropriate, right? Like the game is self-contradicting itself as it's expressing itself, What's up, Taller Halfling? Good to see you. Now, again, I'm not defending AI. It's just, it doesn't have an intelligence, right? It's just scraping stuff from internet and trying to put things together. But, directionally, there's some compelling arguments to be made about this philosophy. Is your least favorite clan the Crab? Now, Shazbot, are you asking me in Legend of the Five Rings or from a designer aesthetic? My least favorite designer from an aesthetic is Lion Clan. Stodgy, endless rules, roll master, GURPS, whatever. That's, horrible. Yes. I mean, no, that's not a great clan. So we don't have to worry about that. I mean, they may have bought their way in or bribed their way in, but they're not really a great clan. So cheers. So from a design perspective, Lion Clan. From a Legend of the Five Rings perspective, this is going to sound really crazy, but actually Dragon Clan is actually my least favorite clan. So they just don't do anything. They're just not interesting. Okay. The Dark Eye. I just said, what about The Dark Eye, the legendary German TTRPG? Ah, yes, The Dark Eye, Das Schwarg Arc, is one of the cleanest cases of study on our entire spectrum because it knows exactly what it is. Let's break down the percent likelihood. I'll summarize the philosophical core. Primary placement, 80% match, Lion Clan. Everyone knew that. That guy, well done, buddy. Let's see here. Why Lion? System correctness matters deeply. Rules are structured, explicit, and multi-layered. Granularity is intentional. Skills, professions, cultures, and advancements are all modeled in excruciating detail. Internal coherence, greater than and more important than speed. If a mechanic exists, it is there to preserve systematic integrity. Tradition is preserved. DSA has evolved, but it has not abandoned any of its structural philosophy. Mastery is rewarded. Players who learn the system deeply are mechanically advantaged. Lion mantra. The system must be internally correct and faithfully represent the world and the game. This is not a breezy narrative engine. It is a structured fantasy simulation framework. Now, the other thing that it maybe had a match for potentially is Phoenix Clan. Because it's trying to model Aventuria as a living, breathing setting, with the mechanics trying to reinforce that setting's logic of magic, religion, and culture. Again, the mechanics exist to model the world's internal reality. So there is an element there of Phoenix. So at the end of the day, I would say the Dark Eye is mostly Lion with a splash of Phoenix. All right. All right. I still can't believe you roll like 3 skills for every skill check. Correct. And sometimes you roll the same skill twice plus a third skill, if you remember that. I do remember that. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Tom Crow. It's doing Phoenix things, but in a very Lion way. And that I think that is probably the correct way to say it. Now, Beowulf wants to know what it thinks Pendragon is. I need to find direction in my life. Okay. What about, now, is there a specific thing here? Or would you say, what about Pendragon, the... Okay, here we go. Pendragon, Chaosium, is philosophically very distinct. It looks traditional on a glance, but under the hood, it lands in a surprisingly diverse place on your spectrum. Let's break it down. Primary placement with only a 50% match. In chat, I want to hear it. What do you guys think it is? So it's already admitting that Pendragon does spread across several different clans, but it does have a primary one with a 50% match, according to our criteria. Beowulf, Phoenix, you are correct. Pendragon has a 50% match to Phoenix. Pendragon is fundamentally a concept-first game. Why Phoenix fits best. 1, mechanics as moral modeling. Traits, chaste, lustful, merciful, cruel, are not just flavor. They mechanically enforce Arthurian values. Passions drive actions. Emotional states can override player preference. That's not convenience. That's theme enforcement. Generational play. The system models legacy, inheritance, and mythic continuity. The mythic truth is more important than realism. The game does not simulate medieval Europe. It simulates Arthurian romance and myths. Phoenix mantra fit. The system exists to model the ideals of Arthurian chivalry. Pendragon is not about tactical balance or table flexibility. It's about expressing a specific literary mode. Now, strong secondary match, Lion Clan. Structured phases, detailed mana management rules, long-term consistency over multiple decades of play, clear mechanical resolution systems, which are occasionally clunky, rewarding for system mastery. It is disciplined and structured. You do not just vibe Pendragon. But Lion is not primary because correctness is in service of theme, not in of end of itself. Right, that's the sim. That's the sim part, Beowulf. That's the sim part. Now, can you guess what the tertiary thing is? Because, again, Phoenix was 50%. Lion was 35%. There's a 15% clan match for a important, it says an important but, or sorry, a subtle but important tertiary clan. Let's see if Beowulf gets it, because Beowulf, this is his game. And he's been right so far. So let's see if Beowulf can get it. Oh, I mean, get it right. Like we're asking ChatGPT. Beowulf, that's 2. You got to pick one. Crane is Crane. That is correct, Tom Crow. Beowulf, you went 3 for 3, my friend. The subtle but important third element of Pendragon is Scorpion Clan. Here's where Pendragon gets interesting and is different from many other games in its genre. The system will override player intent via traits, force and reinforce behavior via passions, engineer tragedy through glory cycles, push forward on mythic arcs and push forward mythic arcs, rising and falling. The game itself actively shapes and models behavior and experience. However, it does so openly, not deceptively, and never so heavy-handedly, so it can never be full Scorpion. Scorpion mantra fit. The system ensures that knights act like knights. So there you go. Beowulf, according to the ChatGPT, according to the standards that we built, and according to its, amalgamated mind of nonsense. Now, I will say, the more obscure a game is, the less that we can even remotely track this, right? Because at least when it comes to something like Pendragon or Daggerheart, right, there's a lot of posts being made on the internet, a lot of content for the large language model to sort of, piece together and to build its connectors to. But, if we start talking about a game like Vagabond, I mean, Vagabond's going to have very little written about it, and the ChatGPT is going to be mostly probably hallucinating, to be honest with you. That's not to say that we can't ask it, but, I think a lot of things are going to be too obscure for the game to really understand it. Is this the new GNS? Again, so we were talking about me as a designer, or just me at anything, by the way. And I was like, I'm really good at the beginning of something, where I'm really good at ideating ideas. I'm really good at coming up with ideas. And I'm really good at the end of a process. I'm really good at editing and breaking things down and figuring out why things don't work that have already been completed, nitpicking, fine tuning and refining. And I was like, but I'm really bad at the middle part. And I was like, if this was Legend of the Five Rings, I have a really good fire ring and I have a really good air ring. I said, but my water and earth rings are a little weak. And I was like, oh. Or I'm like, my Earthwing is really weak. And I was like, oh, that kind of makes me like a Crane clan or maybe like a Scorpion clan samurai. And that's where this whole idea came in. It's like, can a clan be related to a designer? And then we started like, going over it in Discord. Yeah, this is way more obscure than GNS. You have to know what these clans mean in Legend of the Five Rings. Might have missed it, but have we checked where Fabula Ultima and or Draw Steel fits? We did do Fabula Ultima. We didn't talk about it, but we did do that when we were doing it earlier because people want to know what Fabula Ultima was. And Fabula Ultima was put Scorpion Clan. It is a motion-first engineering. The system is unapologetically built to produce JRPG feelings and experiences. Bonds, villains, power escalation, sacrifice, comeback moments. It has narrative authority, along with explicit collaboration. Players co-create the world. Story beats are nudged, paced, and rewarded. Explicit spotlight control through Fabula points, Ultima points, bonds, and villains all exist to force drama. The system lies a little bit, and it knows it. You make choices, but at the end of the day, the math and the incentives pull you towards genre-appropriate outcomes, right? Oh, my villain got beat. I'm going to spend an Ultima point and he gets away. Oh no, my player got killed. He's going to surrender, and the game's actually going to reward you for that by giving you 2 Fabula points for surrendering, right? You actually get more out of surrendering than you do out of dying. And so the game is basically saying, live to fight another day. Scorpion mantra fit. The game ensures the story that you all came here to tell actually happens. Now, why is it not 100% Scorpion? Because Fabula Ultima is honest about its manipulation. It tells you what it's doing, and it's part of its core cycle. Now, secondary for Fabula Ultima is Unicorn Clan. Very strong secondary. This is where Fabula Ultima varies from many narrative games. It is shockingly playable. It works at casual tables, short campaigns, and long campaigns. It's modular by design. It can fit and be adapted to many genres and many different types of playing styles. The game has a lot of elasticity. You can run cozy JRPG, high fantasy, techno fantasy, natural fantasy. You could run Sunday morning anime, or you could run a deep, dark political rebellion. Yeah, seems to ring to me. For Film it says all the best games are Scorpion. Shockingly playable. Yes. And in fact, if you remember, when we drew our GNS triangle, I put Daggerheart and Fabula Ultima very close to each other. I put Fabula Ultima a little bit closer to narrativism because it has that explicit metacurrency like Fabula points, which lets the players explicitly declare narrative truth through the alter the story Fabula point expenditure. And I put Daggerheart a little bit more middle of the road, right between G and N. So it makes sense to me that they would kind of have the same sort of clan elemental alignment. Clan Manticore, Phoenix, Lion, Scorpion. I guess that is kind of a Manticore, actually, when you think about it, right? Right? You got the wings, you got the lion's head, you got the scorpion tail. You know what? Blessed be. Well, PBTA is tough, that guy, because PBTA is a design philosophy. It's not really a game specifically, and different games do things differently, right? So that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to say where's PBTA, because PBTA isn't a system. So now I asked it, by the way. I said, what about PBTA? And it said, well, we're talking about generic Powered by the Apocalypse as a design framework, not any specific hack or implementation, because individual PBTA games can drift wildly. Thank you, ChatGPT. But the framework itself is philosophically fairly consistent. And the primary placement is Scorpion Clan. Moves shape behavior. Fiction first is not neutral. Fiction first is a pacing and spotlight tool. Partial successes are engineered tension through the mechanics. GM principles constrain the authority of the GM. Playbooks engineer archetypes and character arcs. PBTA does not trust for outcomes to emerge accidentally or randomly. The system is designed to ensure that genre emulation happens. It is one of the clearest examples of emotionally engineered play in modern RPG design. Now, what makes PBTA a little bit unique? The secondary element of PBTA, dragon. PBTA is fairly minimalist. The core resolution is simple. The fiction drives the mechanics, and many of the procedures in the game are extremely lightweight. It trusts the table and the GM to fill in the details of the world, to interpret fictional positioning, and to lean into narrative consequences. The rules point you towards play, and then they get the hell out of the way. There you go. I would say Monster Hearts is probably the same thing, but maybe with an element of Phoenix. It's not going to know anything about Monster Hearts. 100%. That Dragon Clan element is exactly what fucks them. You are 100% right. Because the Dragon Clan element, right, it's kind of like a fruitful void, right? Instead of giving you a shitload of rules or tables or procedures, it gives you the GM move. And it just says, or it says some bullshit thing about the conversation, and that's it. That's all it says. And you're like, what the fuck does that mean? And it's like, fiction first. And you're like, what does that fucking mean? And you're like, I'm going to kill you. And it's like, hard move. And you're like, what are you saying? You're not saying any words. +1 forward. And it's like, I'm going to fucking die. Just tell me what the fuck that I'm supposed to do with this game. And it's like, you must discover that on your own. It's like, right. Very wise dragon. Let me tell you a koan. What is the sound of one system clapping? You are somehow seeing into my mind right now. By the way, for the record, self-confessed cynic Vin hates PBTA, by the way, for the people at home who don't necessarily know what's going on. Oh, someone chat. Oh, nice. Beowulf linked his manticore. All right. He originally thought he was a freakish unicorn creature, but no, upon further assessment, it would appear that I'm indeed a manticore. Yeah, you were the furthest thing from a unicorn, by the way, Beowulf. Like, definitely not unicorn. You don't care about, wide ranging appeal. You want something to be this very specific surgical moment, that does this thing. Yeah, I didn't, here's the thing. I didn't kickstart Stone Top. I pre-ordered it. So I don't think I've gotten any of the preview stuff. I think I'm more of I'm going to get it eventually. So TTRPG is Dragon Clan. The examples that the game gave us were OSR, Forge in the Dark, Into the Odd. In fact, Golda Cat from our Patreon Discord was raging for a day about how much he loved and hated Mythic Bastionland, right? Which is Fantasy Knights Into the Odd. And the reason why he was so frustrated with the game is because the game, he was like, I want to play this game so badly, but I've never seen a game that tells me so little about how I'm supposed to fucking play the game ever. And he's like, it's infuriating. And he was just going off about fucking Mythic Bastionland. So the fact that it thought Dragon was Into the Odd, and again, Into the Odd, Electric Bastionland, Mythic Bastionland, right? They're all, and now there's a new space one, right? Which I want to check out at some point. Stone Top is like non-magical fantasy PBTA where you're all in a village. So it's also apparently 600 pages long, apparently, which is crazy. Is that what was that? Is that a lion dragon game? Does that even exist? Oh, I think Mythic Bastionland is one of the greatest books I've ever read. I think it's a marvel. I think it's an achievement of stunning proportion. It's 1,200 pages. Holy shit. You know what's crazy about these white monsters? I notice I can get it to resonate a little bit with my voice, and it kind of hums. Anyways. 2 600-page books. Crazy. That's crazy. Oh, man. Oh, you gotta, it's beautiful. It's got that you know what? This is going to be the most inside thing ever. If I ever get a book done, okay, I'm going to have the cover have the texture of a white monster. That would be like the most KOLC Easter egg thing that we've ever done ever. And it's so on brand for us. And no one will get it. You know, no one will understand it except for us, you know. I can just imagine. I can imagine me having this I can imagine me having this conversation with Glicker, because presumably I ever did a Kickstarter and I had to print something. I would obviously, you know, turn to my friend Stephen Glicker and from Roll for Combat and ask him for, you know, his advice on everything basically. But I would be like, okay, blah blah blah, and he's like, okay, and like, okay. Also, I talked to a guy at the publishing thing and I sent him some samples, and he said that if in order to do my books the way that I want them, it's going to cost me an extra $8 a unit. And he's going to be like, $8 a unit? That's doubling the cost of the print. What the? I go, Stephen, it has to happen. He's like, you won't make any money. I go, Stephen, this has to happen or I'm just not going to print the book. Oh, cover texture, incredibly important. I'm not even kidding when I say, when I pick up this One Ring book with its kind of sort of cloth matte texture, it literally makes me want to play the role-playing game. It's that important. Tom Crow, well, that's what we do here. Obscure inside jokes and complete lack of fucks given for the business side, which is why I struggle to, you know, pay my bills. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, my TTRPGs have a PDF texture. That is a texture I can't stand. There you go. That's the good. Listen, White Monster vodka, you know, like instead of a vodka Red Bull, vodka White Monster. I love this as a unicorn. Literally almost no one cares. Right. The unicorn, you know, the unicorn printing is the fucking draw steel, you know, it's the, you know, basic ass pages that are kind of semi-glossy with the kind of, you know, standard smooth glossy cover, you know, D&D 5e, whatever, all that, you know, it's just the standard, whatever, you know, if it looks like a D&D book, you know. Oh, Mishi Knight, I love having those textured covers. I think it's amazing. I love it. I love the UV, the embossment. I love the soft touch. I love the partial varnish when you have like the almost like the imprint on the tech of the cover. It's like a work of art. Now again, this is goes back to my crane based design. Remember, in the lore, right? The crane are basically like, what is the point of saving the empire if we are going to be not worth saving, right? You know, like the idea of the crane is like what makes us samurai is that we create beauty and that we follow honor and that we maintain our traditions and that we believe in our noble superiority, right? We are the children of the sun and the moon, right? We are not like these other creatures. We are better than them. And we should be remembered to that, right? That man is the child. The men are the children. They were raised in by the sun and the moon. So, anyways, so part of the crane is this idea of, you know, aesthetic beauty and aesthetic importance. Now, to be clear, while I think it is horrible, I do have to respect Morkborg for that reason. Now, where I do think that Morkborg fails is that it chooses aesthetics over functionality. But, you know, I think, you know, so let me give you an example. I don't think any clan really does this, but a Crab Clan katana, say, might be ugly, right? But exceptionally functional, right? The Crab Clan is not going to make a weapon that doesn't weapon, right? So Crab Clans, Crab Clan katanas are weapons of war, and they are designed for that. So you might think, okay, so crab clans are here. Okay, fair enough. Now, another clan might be like, look, this is more of a ceremonial katana, right? It's not really made for war. It's made for show, or maybe it's made for, dueling, or for it being worn on the hip as you make your way through the imperial capital. It's never actually designed to be used in a battle, right? It's very anti-crab. It looks good. This is where you're wrong, Mateo. The Crane clan samurai, the Crane katana, would be more beautiful than both and deadlier than both. The Crane katana, the Kakita blade, okay, made by the Ashihina Smiths, would both be a better katana than the crab katana and a more beautiful katana than any other clan's katana, even ones that were designed to be ceremonial. That, my friends, is the essence of Crane. And if you know me and you know my struggles with everything, that is why I struggle. Because a Crane katana isn't just literally a breathtaking work of art. It is also, quite handedly, the most dangerous and deadly blades in the Empire. Right? So it has unparalleled aesthetics, but it sacrifices no functionality. In fact, it has the best functionality. Now, self-confessed cynic says, shrug us. Unicorn Bros just out here selling 1 million katanas, 1 million greater than one. Actually, a great example. The unicorns don't use katanas. You know why? Katana's actually not that best of a weapon. Unicorns tend to use, they use like scimitars or like falchions or other kind of like curved bladed weapons, which are actually much better weapons. And they found them when they were out, because the unicorn clan in the lore like left the empire for a long time. They kind of like went and mingled with all the other nations and countries, and they came back and they were kind of like, actually, it kind of turns out there's actually better stuff that we could be doing. And by the way, these katana things, they're really hard to make and they're really prone to like having problems. These kind of like mass produced scimitar things that we can make, they're actually really, really good, and we can just churn them out like you wouldn't believe. The cost is super inefficient, or the cost is super efficient. Let's just go, So, love it. Now remember, Legend of the Five Rings is not real fantasy Japan. Now, to be clear, even in Legend of the Five Rings, they talk about that the katana is not a weapon of war, but it is, it is fantasy. There's magic and stuff, and the gods are real. So, there's a certain amount of elements. And then for anybody who would say gun, Legend of the Five Rings explicitly deals with this by basically having like 1,000 years ago, like somebody used cannons, and like the Empire was so mad about it. They were like, gunpowder is banned for all time. And they did this because, gunpowder would ruin, fantasy fucking Asia, which is what they were trying to go for with their Legend of the Five Rings game. Yes, Crane is perfectionism. Okay, so I've told this story before, but I'm going to tell this story again. There is a short story, and I'm going to mostly say it, but I'm going to paraphrase it slightly. The story is of a Crane master sensei at a dueling academy, and he has 3 of his best students with him, and they're in this sort of courtyard. And in the center of the courtyard is a small fountain, or a small, like a pool, like raised up, like a bird bath almost, basically. And the sensei is telling the people that it's not about just the speed of your stroke but the accuracy of your stroke, but your ability to not hit an object that matters. And they were like, what does that mean, to not hit an object? And the samurai, or the sensei, takes a single lotus blossom leaf from a nearby tree, and he places it onto the bird bath thing, and it's sitting there floating on the water, and the water has no, the ripples die down. And then the master drops into a dueling stance, and then suddenly, in a blink of an eye, the master is in a position, almost moving faster than sight could see, of having finished a dueling stroke. And the 3 students are extremely embarrassed because the leaf is not touched and the water is not moving. And they all are kind of cringing because they think that their master has just missed. And then the master kind of sees them, walks forward, gently blows on the surface of the water, and the leaf parts, right? It's suggesting he cut the leaf without touching the water. So he cut the leaf in half with his katana without touching the water, and did so at a speed that was faster than their eye could recognize. And the one student's like, "Master, your stroke, it was perfect." And he basically, the instructor basically says, "No, I'm not shit." And he makes like the blood flick move, and a single microscopic droplet of water from the edge of his katana sails through the air and lands at the student's feet. And he says, "I am but a student, just like the rest of you." And one of the other students says, "But master, what if someone could complete that stroke?" And the instructor says, "Then that person would take my place." And I'm like, yes, that is the aesthetic. That is what I want. I want to cut the lotus blossom without touching the water at all. Derek says, "All right, I'm not a crane designer." There you go. Now we're talking. I think he's just standing there in the back. He must be in 3rd place. I don't think he says anything. I mean, again, I'm trying to remember this story from like a vignette from like 20 years ago, but that's the gist. That's the gist of the story. And to be clear, even in the Legend of the Five, at least the 5th edition, in the 5th edition of Legend of the Five Rings, there are better weapons than the katana that your character can definitely wield. Like big 2-handed swords and stuff. Like nodachi or spears and stuff like that. They're very powerful. What's up, Shorn? Good to see you. Identify with the 3rd student, the one just standing there being like, "Wow, what's going on?" You're like, "Please marry me to a unicorn clan so I can leave this and go, get something practically done." Beowulf, no, he doesn't want, look, there is beauty in trying to reach that level. Yes, attaching your weapon to a longer stick is generally a pretty good strat. A naginata is really just a spear with a katana stuck to the end of it, right? An odachi is just a big katana, right? Right. The 3rd student, as a scorpion spy, remarks that they will be sure to defeat any leaves they encounter in battle. We're talking about the design philosophy poll. We are correct. But then I read it again. Now, Derek Rawlings says, "I am definitely not Crane. Elegance, presentation, and them assuming players will meet it halfway all resonate with me." And that assuming players will meet it halfway is important, because a game like Torchbearer or Burning Wheel doesn't work if you have to drag the players kicking and screaming, right? They have to want to engage. You're not going to hoodwink your players into playing Torchbearer, and Torchbearer's not going to work if the players aren't willing to lean in. Burning Wheel and the like. So yeah, like there's an element here of, you have to have literate, engaged, and eager, I would say, players who want to do that. Yes, I also agree that the action roll is one of the most sublime mechanics I've ever seen. Between that and combined with position and effect, right? When you combine the action roll with position and effect, it's perfect. Do I actually like Burning Wheel? Yes, but no. There is a lot of needless complexity in Burning Wheel. I mean, even the craneisms are kind of off the chart, even in that for me. What I don't like about Burning Wheel to me is there is sort of a lack of a specificness to the genre that I don't like. Like this Burning Wheel is in some ways a little too generic for me. Yeah, I mean, Burning Wheel, there's an element of Lion, right? Where it's like the system is there for its own sake, right? There's almost a lack of elegance in some ways to Burning Wheel. And maybe that's why I don't like it as much, you know. And I will freely admit that even Torchbearer can get a little long in the tooth sometimes. So, you know, I like the game, but it's not my favorite game. Correct. Yes, everyone's a mix. There's no right or right. And also, this is just nonsense that we were making fun of on Discord, and then we started playing around with ChatGPT, and we had some fun stuff with it. You know, because nothing with it. But is the game perfect if it requires skilled players? That's a great question, and the answer might be, I don't. You know, it's hard to say. The comparison I sometimes use is tennis. You know, there's a lot of people I've played tennis with, and you don't have to play tennis, you know, like actually keeping score and serving and, you know, love 15, love 30, 40, 30, you know, set scores and all this sort of stuff. You can just go out there and hit balls. And that's actually what people say. You want to go hit balls? Here's the problem. There's a certain minimum level of skill that you need to have in order to even kind of reasonably be able to do that. If you aren't able to even, if you can't hit it over the net consistently and or keep it in play consistently, you're really not doing much of anything. You're kind of just hitting the ball once and then chasing the tennis balls around the court, and it's really nothing. It's just not even a game. It's not fun. It's not what you came to do. So tennis is one of those things that I think in some ways suffers because there's this really, it's not unattainable, but there's a minimum skill level that you need to be able to do, even just to kind of fart around and just, you know, hit balls. Pickleball, in my opinion, doesn't have that problem. And that's why pickleball has become a much faster growing and much more popular racket sport. Is because it's lowered that barrier of entry. So pickleball is very much the unicorn of the racket sports games, right? What is my current top three? What is my current top three games? The game that I'm playing, that's my favorite game. I don't know. That's a great question. Wilderfeast is my favorite top game right now. No, I mean, just pulling this out of my ass. The One Ring. The One Ring, Fabula Ultima, and I'll say Daggerheart, but that's probably not actually true. I mean, it's up there, but I mean, Wilderfeast has got my goat. I will say that. Fuck it, Wilderfeast. I mean, what is my ideal crane game? Torchbearer. I mean, technically it's a Tor Olvesson game, but you know, Torchbearer or Mouse Guard. I mean, you could take either, but you know, do I have a favorite game? Easy. Dungeons and Dragons 3rd edition, not 3.5, not Pathfinder 1, D&D 3rd edition. It's either that or Blades in the Dark, just because it's like sublime in playing it. Of like all time. So there you go. You want Crane Clan's sublimity. That's a great word, by the way, sublimity. Dragon's minimalism. Scorpion's experience focus. That's tough. Those are tough things to come by the way. What the fuck is pickleball? Pickleball is a sport that is played on a very small court with a net. You use a racket that is more similar to a ping pong paddle, and you use a wiffle ball instead of a tennis ball. That is the gist of it. Land of Eam, Pico, Monster Hearts. Next question. That's a hell of a list. Ryutama, Bounty Head, Bebop, 5th edition. Drift Speed. What a fucking list that is. Have you played Daggerheart yet? Not since release, not since retail. No, that's not true. I played Sablewood Messengers once. But I played the beta. But have I like run a campaign of it? No, I have not. It just didn't. Again, we were going to. In fact, we set up this whole studio here in my bedroom so that we could run a Daggerheart actual play. But there were a lot of problems with my cast, and people got really busy and had certain obligations as fathers and parents, and family emergencies and crises, and work stuff. And unfortunately, we had to. It didn't launch in the fall like we wanted it to. I do like my game as Foundation. Yes, that's true. It is my favorite edition of D&D that I don't want to play again, unless I do play it again. Except I do it as a pay to play, pay to win thing with my patrons. What is your ideal clan crane game? I.e., the game that you think gets closest to that ideal for you. Got it. Aesthetics first. Mechanically interesting, elegant. With an aesthetic both in the mechanics and in the presentation. I think I have the answer. It used to be Legend of the Five Rings. It is no longer Legend of the Five Rings. It is a crane. It is actually technically a Crane Phoenix game, I would say. Anybody? Thoughts? Yeah, Legend of the Five Rings Dethroned. The game had it was too underbaked. This game is legendary because I've said, with the exception of one thing, I wouldn't change anything about it. And that's one of the reasons I want to play it. Here we go.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
The One Ring, 2nd edition. This is a beautiful game. It makes me want to play it because it is just so beautiful. The mechanics sing. They are elegant. The way that you have, and the fact that the ability scores are taken from a quote from The Lord of the Rings, that you have this strength of body, this strength of will, this strength of your heart, that each of the skills correlates to something that has to do with moving, that something has to do with a combat, something or battle, something that has to do with interacting, the way that the endurance represents your physical ability to keep going. Your hope represents your spiritual ability to keep going. It is sublime in its elegance, but yet it accomplishes a lot for how little rules it actually, requires. And again, it has this tone and thematic elegance. The mechanics I find to be very, very elegant. It has such a beautiful presentation. The art is stunning. And like a good Crane claim, and people have complained about this. People said, I would be intimidated to play. I wouldn't want to play this game because I don't know enough about The One Ring. I don't know enough about Lord of the Rings. And while I don't think that is necessarily a thing that you have to do, I wouldn't be lying when I said, yeah, no, like I don't want to play this game with people who don't know anything, right? Now, one of the advantages that you have with Lord of the Rings is that because of the movies and the popularity of that, people have a pretty good working knowledge of Lord of the Rings than they might have otherwise had. But it used to probably be Legend of the Five Rings before that. So there we go. The One Ring, Tor, very good, very good. It even feels right in my hand. Yes, it's true. The art is beautiful. It's sponsored by Brondo. It's got what RPGs crave. Let's play. I'll play with you right now. Well, I gotta launch my one shot first. I gotta finish my one shot first with Tim, Danny, and Bob, and then I have to start my Moria solo playthrough. But now you know that I would never allow pre-made characters in any of my games. Heroic deeds. I don't think we know enough about heroic deeds. That's a great question. Where would heroic deed? Well, it's not lying. Let's see. I mean, I think there's definitely an element there of unicorn, right? I mean, it's designed to be accessible, playable, adaptable, which is a good thing. But there is an elegance to the game and the progression of it. I don't know. I could see a lot of things. I don't think it's a Scorpion game. So yeah, I mean, it's probably somewhere, I don't know, Phoenix. Is it minimalist? I wouldn't call it minimalist. So I hesitate to call it a dragon game. So I would say it's, Derek says it may be crabby. We haven't really said too many crabby games. Is Heroic Deeds crabby? Do we feel like Heroic Deeds is all about like, math is tight, Paizo's razor? I mean, I'm not saying that like crab is like that's not necessarily a downside, right? But like there's an idea of the Crab Clan where it's just like, the game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a Crab Clan game. I think it's like a unicorn phoenix. I don't know. I don't think it's a phoenix. Maybe it's just unicorn. I don't know. So maybe okay. So for people who are confused, that's Beowulf, by the way. We were talking. So, we did a poll on my Patreon due to a conversation we were having about the clans of the Legend of the Five Rings. There are 7 clans in the Legend of the Five Rings, and I kind of made this joke that they kind of map to design philosophy, and as gamers, as gaming TTRPG game defined philosophy. So we had the Lion Clan, the Crane Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Dragon Clan, Unicorn Clan, Crab Clan, and Scorpion Clan. These are all clans from Legend of the Five Rings. And in Legend of the Five Rings, there's a lot of lore and history about these clans and how they approach things, and they're sort of. But the idea was, can we take the principles that they have inside of the Legend of the Five Rings world and apply them to sort of RPG design? And so these are what when we're saying something is crabby, we are saying that it is Crab Clan-esque, which is to say it is a reliability first design, that the system prioritizes stability, guardrails, and a resistance to misuse or edge cases. In other words, the math is tight. You could pick anything and your character will work. You can't build a broken character. You can't build a shitty character. The math, the rules of the game are really tight for the GM that, if you pick this and this and this, you're going to get this output. That it's about reliability, that the system, quote, just works. It needs to work, and it needs to work with players who maybe don't know that much or haven't read the rules, and it doesn't really, reward or require, sort of that kind of thing. So in our definition, Simon, Fate is actually a Scorpion clan, because the idea of the Scorpion clan design is that you are basically relying on tricks to make your game work. And in Fate, you are very much relying on tricks to make your game work, which is to say fate points. You are using compulsion. You are using invocation. Your players can declare narrative truths. You can alter the world. So Fate is Scorpion Clan in that it is intentionally structured to produce specific narrative or emotional outcomes. Now, that doesn't mean that maybe it does have an element of being minimalist, right? And having, players to be very, having a lot of room for interpretation. The rules for Fate, realistically, aren't really that deep. It's overcome an obstacle, attack, defend, and whatever the fourth one is that I can never remember. But yeah, so 5e we consider unicorn, right? It's about being adaptable. It works across many tables, different play styles, different experience levels. There's a reason, besides its name, that 5e is very popular. It's very hacked. It's very approachable. Everyone kind of gets it. And I would argue that the game at this point has sort of been designed into that aesthetic, Yes, PBTA would be Scorpion. Do we have an example for Dragon Clan? A minimalist OSR game would be an example of a Dragon Clan game. Anything that talks about the fruitful void is probably a Dragon Clan game. This idea of being like, the best rule is no rule, right? Into the Odd was actually one of the examples that the LLM, the ChatGPT, gave as an example of a dragon game. Simon is Into the Odd, or Bastion Land or whatever. Right? You are going to be bringing it more. As a general rule of thumb, I'm going to say this. Here's the thing. The reason that this list is written this way is because we were ordering these things from the least pragmatic clan to the most pragmatic clan. Okay. And this is in the context of Legend of the Five Rings. Now, pragmatic in Legend of the Five Rings means, willing, all they care about is getting the job done. And the idea of the Scorpion Clan in Legend of the Five Rings, by the way, for people who don't know, Legend of the Five Rings is a world of honor and samurai, and Scorpion Clans don't really care about any of that. All they care about is one thing: defending and protecting the Empire. That's it. They'll break any rule. They'll kill anyone who they have to kill. They'll violate their honor. They'll violate the laws of God and men and whatever. They will do anything that they required to save the Empire. Right? They're the classic, if you watch Star Trek Deep Space Nine, right? They're the classic Section 31, right? They're the deep cover CIA, right? The people who, shred the Constitution a little bit to protect the United States, that kind of idea, right? So they're not idealists. They're like, look, we just want to get the job done. But that kind of extremism, I also think, can turn people off. And generally speaking, history has shown, at least over the last 10 years, that the closer you are to, I would say, unicorn, plus or minus dragon or crab, the better your game will do. So, in fact, I would argue, maybe people in chat can agree, I think DC-20 started as just another Unicorn Clan game, which isn't a bad thing. And I think as time has gone on, DC-20 has become more crab-like, right? It's like as Dungeon Coach has sort of grappled with some of the rules, nuances of his game, he's felt the need to more and more start clamping down on edge cases and creating rules to control things and changing the stats so that nobody can make a bad character, that you have this primary stat, blah, 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 blah. So that's an example of like Unicorn, right, undergoing cancerization, right, and becoming more crab-like. So, and then Dragon Clan speaks to the popularity of, Shadow Dark, and Into the Odd, Knave, Karn, all that stuff. Carcinization. Thank you, Tom Crow. That's the right word. That's the word I was going for. Carcinization. Yes, sometimes you do get a Phoenix game, right, that has a very strong evoking idea, theme, world, and it grabs people and they buy it, So Draw Steel is very crab, I would say. I don't think here's a hot take. I don't think Draw Steel is designed to be mass appealed. I don't think it's designed to be adaptable, and I don't think it's designed to really be hackable. So in that respect, I don't think Draw Steel is unicorn. I definitely don't think it's dragon. There's an element. So I'm going to say I think it's very crab. Yeah, 4E is crab. That's true. We said 4E was crab, so that follows. You're 100% correct. Right. It's carcinization is this idea that like over time things tend to evolve into crab or crab-like forms. And you know why that is? It's because Draw Steel's very far from dragon. And that makes sense, right? Think about how Pathfinder 2 became Pathfinder 2. Pathfinder 2 became Pathfinder 2 because Pathfinder 1 existed, and they're like, people were complaining because they're like, I just want to play my adventure pass, but all of these rules and all of my players keep breaking the game and destroying everything, right? So the Crab Clan is sort of the natural evolution of games from if you sort of listen to player feedback. PJ Walker. I would say that Crab has an idea of the illusion of skill, right? Lion Clan embraces player skill and system mastery. The idea of the Crab Clan is there is no such thing as a broken build. There is no such thing really as a bad build. And it's definitely, kind of the byproduct of a low trust environment. I would agree with that. Not only a low trust environment, but not like a low trust in your players, but like also like a low trust in their ability to handle defeat, setbacks, everything like that. Where is Fatal at? Well, we got the answer to that. Spider Clan. For those who don't know, Spider Clan was the clan that eventually became existent because it was the clan of the 8th kami, who was the cursed kami who went straight to hell. Fulang. So there you go. That's Fatal. Horrible, evil, not worth your time, shitty in all possible ways, designed to bring down the empire. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Again, the terms and definitions aren't really important. What is important is just, to sort of think about this from that perspective. Yes, Jorelson. That's why Draw Steel throws that scorpion fucking curveball at you in the GM section, and that's why I hate it so much. What'll be the dominant clan we're looking back at in the 2020s? Well, I mean, Unicorn Clan, right? I mean, basically, it's all about mass appeal now. The idea of the era of like bespoke designer games, I think, is kind of over. I don't think, the massive, even Trevor Duvall's game, right, is sim light, It's like, how do I make a lion game or a phoenix game, but make it more unicorny, right? Because here's the truth of the matter is, nobody used to make money with RPGs. Now you can. And the way you make it is by having an adaptability first design, right? Because when you work well across multiple playstyles, multiple tables, multiple experience levels, that has mass market appeal. So, and by the way, in Legend of the Five Rings, for all of their fancy pants pretentiousness, for all their lying and cheating, neither the Scorpion Clan, nor the Crane Clan, nor the Lion Clan, nor the Phoenix Clan, nor none of them are the richest clan. The clan that has the most money and technically the most like influence and power on a strictly, de facto basis, if not a de jure basis, is Unicorn. And it's because the Unicorn Clan is willing to, trade with outsiders and use tech and, horses and, things that other people are like, that is not part of our tradition. I will not use it, even if it makes, So yeah, I mean, so there's an element there of like, yeah, even in Legend of the Five Rings, the Unicorn Clan are the ones with all the money. Forovor, thank you. Appreciate the stream. Here's for reading the 2024 DMG with €25. Thank you. We did start reading AD&D second edition during that one stream the other day. Forovor, I don't want to do a stream. I want to do a video. I want to do a video essay on 2024 DMG. And I want to talk about how shocked I am at some of the elements inside of it, and how I think like there's actually secretly hidden in the 2024 DMG, like the secrets to running a PBTA game in your 5e game, basically. Like you don't need to play Daggerheart, you just need to play 2024 D&D. So I kind of want to make that like video essay. I don't know if it's necessarily a live stream, but one of my goals this year is I want to try to make, you know, maybe every month or 2 months, like a proper video, you know, not necessarily like a 11-minute clickbait, but you know, I have not read it all yet. But I have read through parts of it, and I was kind of shocked at what I read, honestly. I saw the stream, pretty much watch all of it. Fantastic. That would be great. Yeah. Well, that kind of support is really cool, because I think that means a lot, because it, that is something I think I want to do for sure. But so, yeah, but thank you, Vorvor. That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, you know, Simon is right. Okay. Like, it's kind of like, what's the point of making the best RPG if nobody plays it? Right? It's kind of like, you know, there's something to be said about the best game is the one that people play, right? There's an Odyssey TTRPG that's kickstarting. On the cover, it says it's compatible with Mjorkborg, 5e, and OSE. You know what?
I am strong.
That they are just taking a shotgun, baby. Just cover all their bases. Cover them all. All right, let's put aside sales. What'll be the most influential clan other than Unicorn 5e late 2020s? Easy. Dragon Clan. OSR, Shadow Dark, all these, you know, Into the Odd, theoretically, Dolmen Wood is going to win an any. Mythic Bastion Land is going to win an any, or Mythic Bastion Land did win an any. Shadow Dark won an any. I think like the last like 4 ennies have been won by Dragon games, I think, right? So yeah, let's see. Let's see what it says here. Okay. Oh, Myth Bastion Land won for like best production, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think minimalist games definitely have an outsized influence, or at least they seem to be having an outsized influence. Now I'm going to tell you a deep secret. Part of the reason that Dragon games are very popular is because they're very easy to make. Don't need to play test rules if you don't have any rules. I mean, that's kind of a broad statement. But, you know, like, you know. Okay, I'm going to say another thing. It's awfully convenient that the old school aesthetic is like black and white art, which is also really, really cheap to make and get made. Now, that's not saying these are bad games. I just think that they're very, you know, they're very utilitarian. They're minimalist. And there are 2 schools of thought. And I will freely admit, I am a biased person. If I walk into a museum and I see an incredible painting by Monet or by Van Gogh, an exquisite painting, masterful use of color, artistic impression, skillful brushwork, unparalleled use and understanding of color, a real an impressionistic view of a world that is designed to not only give a physical but an emotional response. That is art. That represents mastery. Now, on the wall next to it could be like, I don't know, a purple cutout square on white paper. And that's art too. And people might like that piece of art more than the other piece of art. That's totally fair. It's just art. However, you cannot argue that the one was harder to make than the other. And the one was probably more expensive to make. It took more skill. It took more time. Right? So that's, that's kind of my problem. They're both art and they both deserve to be in the museum. But I have a bias towards the skill and the craftsmanship that goes into making these things. Now, there is something to be said about elegance. Remember, I'm not a Lion Clan. I like elegance in my mechanics. I don't want to just keep stacking. In fact, where I grow frustrated when I try to design things is I'm not a good designer. So I go, okay, I want my game to feel like X, to do Y, and to do it, in an expression of Z. And I say, okay, that's what I want to do. So I go, okay, how do I make that happen? And I go, okay, I can add this. And then I end up with a Lion game. I end up with a game with a lot of rules. I end up with a game with a lot of complications. I end up with a game with a lot of, back and forth or systems and, subsystems and subsystems. And I said, this is not elegant. This doesn't work for me. I need this game to be more elegant. I need this game to still deliver on X and Y and Z, but I need to do it in a better form. I needed to do it in a better fashion. I needed to do it in a more skilled manner, a more effective manner, a less burdensome manner. And I oftentimes can't think of one. And so people say, oh, well, then you should just change X, Y, and Z. You should just say, well, I'll move the goalposts. The goalposts are too far. Move the goalposts. I don't like moving goalposts. That's why the goalposts are there. Get better. Get good. Kick a 55-yard field goal. Go do it. Is that a football metaphor? Maybe. Is that right? Possibly. Just saying, I don't like moving the goalposts just because I suck at kicking. Said fire at some point. I don't know what you were firing to specifically, but you know what? I appreciate the fire. The Fruitful Void. Yeah, with the Fruitful Void is very popular, and the Fruitful Void is very easy to write, in my opinion. Ryan says, I'm looking at my Kickstarter campaigns that I'm currently in funding, and they're all dragon. There you go. I'm not good at designing or not good at developing a game. Great point, Lollipop. I am good at designing, bad at developing. Well, I'm okay. I mean, I'm good at initiating design. I'm bad at following up and definitely bad at developing. True. This is true. Popularity will never be about the GM. It will always be about the players, i.e., do the players get excited about Path Builder? What clan is D&D 3rd edition? Lion, probably. It's not. 3rd edition is not an elegant game. It has a lot of rules. As I've said, 3rd edition has, the hardness for rope and whether or not rope is affected differently by bludgeoning damage versus slashing damage. And it tells you how many hit points per inch a stone wall has. And have you ever looked at the grappling rules? Clan 3rd edition is definitely line. Well, no, I don't. I don't think. I mean, I guess at the time it was Unicorn Beowulf. So, you know, it was designed to be popular for 3rd edition, but third edition is line if it was a benevolent dictator, which I really like. Was 3rd edition the one with the flanking Congo line? I only have dim memories. I think 3rd edition, I think most games had Congo lines. I mean, Pathfinder 2 is definitely what is known for the Congo line for sure. You know, I never thought that 3rd edition grapple rules were actually that difficult, but maybe we just didn't grapple a lot or something. I don't know. I mean, 3rd edition definitely birthed the Congo line. I would agree with that because 3rd edition introduced flanking. Flanking wasn't a rule in AD&D 2nd edition. Not really. Not the way that we know it today, right? Where you need to have 2 people on either side of you. But the problem is if you're flanking an enemy, then that means that one enemy can now come up and flank you, which means that your ally can now flank that enemy, which is, yes, correct. They were optional, but 2nd edition had facing rules, which was very different. In facing rules, you could flank somebody by yourself. That's true, Simon. You play Magic the Gathering. What you consider difficult rules isn't reflective of most people. Also true. I mean, yes, my appetite and my capacity for complex rules is definitely greater than other people. And not just that, I appreciate rules as an entity unto their own. Like there's a new Oscar category. It's like best casting, right? Which seems very strange because it's not really part of making the movie, but yet it's really important to making the movie. And that's like that's the kind of like aesthetic that I can appreciate. You know, like I appreciate good casting in a film. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics has great facing rules. You know, very tedious at a table. Very tedious at a table, for sure. I agree. Yeah, I appreciate the sublimity as that excellent word I think that Derek Rawlings used earlier, sublimity. I appreciate the sublimity of mastering the rules. You know, games like Torchbearer lean into rules mastery. The game itself speaks that part of the fun of their game is getting good at it. That's not something you see in many modern RPGs. Not anymore. There was always an implied element of AD&D of like being like wow, like, oh my God, there goes, you know, oh my God, there goes Greg O'Banion. Oh my God, I heard he's one of the great players of all time. You know, I heard once that he took a level 2 character all the way through Tomb of Horrors. Oh my God, really? You know, like there was this like, yes, I mean, in a perfect world, that is what we should all aspire to, right? I mean, I would argue that would be an example of a very elegant game indeed. A minute to learn, a lifetime to master. That's sublime, right? That's perfect, right? Like you can pick it up and learn it instantaneously, but yet you can play it for years and never get, you know, good, better, you know, like that. That's great. Yeah, Go is probably the best example of this, right? Go has basically the most simpler rules of all time, basically. Maybe checkers is a little bit simpler, but, and yet Go is, you know, it was like the last game to be cracked by AI, right? With AlphaGo. I mean, Adam, this is you aren't wrong, and you are right on the money there. Getting good and rules mastery sound like abject nightmares to me. I just play with so many new players, and just showing them the joy of creating a story together is the reward. Yes. So for you, the objective is the story, right? That's totally respectable. But there is a certain appeal to me as a gamist person who loves the idea of the joy of engaging with the mechanics and mastering the mechanics. Now, for a lot of people, I would argue that mastering rules falls into the interesting category, lollipop, not fun. But remember, fun and interesting aren't the same thing, right? Fun can be enjoyable. Interesting can be enjoyable. So the question is, what do you enjoy? Do you enjoy fun or do you enjoy interesting? And you might enjoy both. But remember, Mark Rosewater, take it with a grain of salt, but he is the greatest designer of all time. Fun is an emotional response. Interesting is a mental response. So I tend to enjoy mentally stimulating things. Bob tends to enjoy emotionally stimulating things. So we don't always enjoy the same games. Bob is, a Timmy at heart, and he plays games to feel things. He plays games to have let's fucking go moments. He plays games, as Bob says, I want a game I can play drunk. So, there's a spectrum. Now, Mark Rosewater says, don't confuse interesting with fun. Because what you're thinking, what you're doing is that you're having enjoyment is different. Like for example, I will say, Mario Party is a game designed to be fun, but I do not enjoy it. Now, if that sounds crazy to you, consider this. I know many people here don't understand why I like going to Las Vegas. Craps slot machines. Well, they're definitely not designed to be interesting. They're the most boring games of all time. They often have no player input whatsoever. They are purely games designed to be fun. But I'm willing to bet that a lot of you don't enjoy them. Right? Now, I do. So I don't like Mario Party, which is a game designed to be fun. I do like slot machines or craps or roulette or whatever, which is a game designed to be fun. But neither of those games is particularly interesting. Right? The Hobbit slot machine is fantastic. It is a brutal game. It is it's a punishing game. So in any case, what I'm trying to say is that, in both instances, those are all games that are designed to push this agenda of fun, and you may not agree. You may not enjoy them. So that's kind of the opposite. So a fun game can be not enjoyable. And an interesting game can be enjoyable. So when you say, "Well, I have fun with interesting games," no, what you're doing is you're enjoying the interest of it. So there's I tend to prioritize interesting over fun. Now that has changed some. I respect more. I've become more Timmy in my old age. I like having experiences, but my cold dead heart just doesn't really respond well to fun. So the game needs to be interesting, which, as I've said before, is one of the reasons why I bounce off of a lot of OSR games after a couple of weeks, because they're fun, but I don't think they're particularly interesting. And that's not a strike against them. I mean, for a game to be fun and interesting, that's a very difficult challenge. So anyways, same a game like Dragonbane, I think it's fun. I do think it's fun. I don't think it's particularly interesting. I like interesting. And then the thing is, when I make games, I take games that are usually fun and I make them more interesting. And then, it's a mega game, and then people complain and they say, "Derek, you made this game way too complex and there's way too many rules. And now I have to think about things and feel have to process and make real decisions. And I'm not having as much fun as I would have had or could have had or used to have. Please go away and let Bob run it." And that's what happens. And that, my friends, is strike number 75 on why Derek won't make a game. Because every time I make a game, everyone goes, "This is the worst thing ever." No, it's fine. People are wrong. Yeah, I mean, maybe fun and interesting are opposed, for sure. Like, I'll give you a great example. If you're playing a game, this is like it's a Magic the Gathering example. I apologize. There is a card. It's called Force of Will, and it is a counter spell. And what this means is basically when someone else tries to cast a spell. And by the way, in Magic the Gathering, when you cast a creature, you're still casting a spell. You're summoning that creature technically. If someone summons a creature, it can be countered. Okay, or if they cast a spell, it can be countered. And normally, the other player has to, if they have a counter spell, they have to pay mana, they have to tap some of their lands, and then they counter your spell. And there's a card called Force of Will, and it's an older card. And Force of Will has an alternative casting cost, which basically says you don't have to pay any mana. All you have to do is pay 1 life, which is nothing, and exile another blue card from your hand. So in other words, your opponent can have no mana available whatsoever. And you tap your spells, you tap your mana to cast this really big, cool spell, and your opponent counters the spell. And people hate this card until you've played the game for a long time. And then when someone Force of Wills your card, you're actually pretty happy about it. Because what you understand is they just 2-for-1 themselves. You got rid of 1 card, the card you were going to cast. They got rid of 2. Fundamentally, from a Magic point of view, it depends on tempo and it depends on other elements of the game. That potentially is to your advantage. And you're actually casting a spell hoping that they feel like they need to Force of Will it. Because they're going to put themselves at a card disadvantage. Because they're going to trade 2 pieces of cardboard for your 1 piece of cardboard. And that's a huge advantage, getting a 2-for-1. And so there's this moment where people playing Magic for fun have this really bad reaction to Force of Will. But then when you start playing Magic for interest, you have a good reaction to Force of Will because you view it as like, I've put them in such a bad position that they are being forced to 2-for-1 themselves in order to deal with the threat that I presented. That means that like I'm on the advantage. I have I'm pushing the game. Now that's not always true, but and 99% of Commander players are definitely there for fun. I mean, there is competitive Commander, but you could see where that has sort of created structures and issues because this is now why they have all the tiers and the game changers and all this other stuff because like what one person thought was fun was not what other person thought was fun, So again, you can argue the epistemology of it all you want, but at the end of the day, in Mark Rosewater we trust. I mean, I consider him to be in the top 5 game designers of all time, if not the GOAT. So at the end of the day, if it's good enough for Mark, it's good enough for me. Commander got that unicorn energy. Oh, Commander was born of unicorn energy. What's really funny about Commander is Commander was designed, it wasn't designed as a format. It was designed because people wanted to use all their cards that were basically unplayable in any other format because Magic was a competitive game. So casting big 9 mana, massive 12/12 was just not something that ever happened in any real game of Magic the Gathering. So Commander was created as a way to sort of get to play with your fun, cool cards that no one ever got to play with. But then paradoxically, it then became the preferred format. And now it is a format. And now cards are designed explicitly for that format. So it's a weird, it's a weird thing for sure. All right. It's 4 a.m. And I didn't even get to look, we got onto so many talking points. I didn't even get to talk about Wilderfeast. I mean, is it really a late night stream if I don't talk about Wilderfeast? Oh, that's very nice that you knew Sheldon Menery. I never got to know him, but again, I wasn't big. I was never big in EDH, so it wasn't really my jam. You know, I was a constructed player, and I play a lot of limited. Something like that. Limited is great. Limited is the only way I play Magic anymore. I don't play constructed in Magic anymore. I sold my vintage cards. I sold my Black Lotus. I sold my Moxen. I sold most of my dual lands. I don't play Legacy anymore. I gave up on Standard. I never liked Bonded anyways. So now I just draft. I don't even, so. And like when I draft in person. I don't like drafting on, I never liked drafting online ever. There's a local game shop, and on Fridays, like if we don't have a game going, they team draft up there. Team draft is basically where you draft, but for those of you who don't know, usually you draft for money. And you know, winners take all the cards, losers pay for all the packs. That's usually how it goes. So nice, Simon. So same as always then. Yeah, so the most recent, you know what? Here we go. Look at this. The whiteboard is back. Is this my Wacom? This is my Wacom. Let's see what we got here. What is this? Oh, that was my poll. I do have, look at that, self-confessed cynic with the whiteboard emoji. You guys can all be jealous. You too can be an adventurer. Here we go, whiteboard. So I did have a kind of rough thing. I was working on this with Darth Gorlock and Strat. What happened to your Artist Ultra 16? It's right here. Well, it has to be plugged in. It's like, so when I plug it, like, it's more of like one of those, like, if I'm going to use that, I need to, like, you know, set it up in advance. You know, my Wacom just uses Bluetooth. You know, the XP has to like be plugged in, and you know, Windows has to find it and all this other stuff. It's a whole thing. Anyways, right. So, right. So what we talked about was this idea that we have this concept of harmony. Now, some of this is not going to make any sense if you've never played any of our mega games, but basically, the general idea that I have is that you are going to have this idea. So harmony is going to belong to an entire region. And harmony is basically this idea of like how in balance, you know, nature, which is to say, you know, the monsters plus people are. And one of the ideas that the game expresses, and I want to express as well, is the idea that balance is good for everyone. It's not zero sum, right? And there's this kind of, there's an optimism here, right? Which is to say, harmony is better for everyone, right? When we get along, the monsters do better, people do better, right? We're not separate. We're part of the same, you know. We're all part of the same world, you know. Anyways, so to that end, I want to have something for a region. that we're calling a harmony track. And the idea is that harmony will go from 0, 1, and this is all, patent pending. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that's the harmony track. All right. Now, the way that this works is, so root. Yes, it's entirely stolen from root. You got it right. So for those of you who don't know the way that root works, it's prestige tracks from root. So let me see if I can lock this so we don't accidentally delete anything here. Okay. So base harmony for a region is going to be 3. When the player characters go and do a session and they accomplish tasks that improve the harmony of a region, the game master will be able to, at the end of the session, this is roughly what we're estimating, be able to ask 2 questions of the group, of themselves, of the session, which is basically, did the group, improve the harmony of this, region and, make the world a better place? And then the second question is, did they do it, in a conscientious and nature-friendly, people-friendly manner? For each question you answer yes to, the GM will be able to mark a point of positive harmony. And one of the big changes, this is like this is what I said, this is kind of a mega game thing. Traditionally, in our mega games, we might have like a region clock, and it might look like this. Maybe it's an 8 clock. Okay. And it basically says, like, region saved, some good event happens. And what would happen is, after a GM played a session, they would basically have to submit a report to the council, the GM overlords, they would basically say, here's what happened in the adventure. Here's why I think that session is worth, 1 tick on a clock. Now, 1 tick on a clock is a big deal. It's 1 of 8. And so then the council, which is comprised of volunteer members, would have to review that, proposal. They might have to debate it amongst themselves. And ultimately, they make this decision about whether or not they should mark 1 unit, or maybe they say, we don't think there's enough evidence supporting your decision. We're not going to mark any units. And you can see where that could also create some tension, and some people being like, I don't disagree. I disagree with the session. But the other thing too is, sometimes they might agree with you and they mark the clock. They mark it for 1, but your session was 6 days ago. And so there's like this really long delay from both a GM and from a player perspective, from when you did the thing to when you see the track actually move forward. And this gets, by the way, this gets especially contentious when, like, maybe this clock is timed, right? Like, you only have till the end of the month to do this clock. And maybe this is what the clock looks like. And maybe like 3 people, or maybe 2 people, whatever, went on sessions, and they did a thing that they proposed that they should get +1, and then the time runs out on the clock, but the GM council still hasn't gone back and updated the clock. So now the clock is finished, but it's also not updating, and then they decide that only one of them gets through, and you only get 1 clock, and then the clock didn't finish. You can see where this is going. Like, it creates some painful outcomes. So one of the things that I'm proposing to doing for Wilderfeast Mega Game is that the GM will basically have carte blanche ability There will be no council. They will be able to go directly to this track for the region that they ran a game in. I'm going to trust them until they, if they have problems or something like that, we'll deal with that at a later time. But they will basically be able to come in and say, okay, that session went great and the group did a really great job. But it's not like they didn't help, everybody out or whatever like that. So I'm going to mark one thing, and then they mark it immediately. And then another GM might run a session and say, I mark 2. And another GM comes in and says, I mark 1. And then another GM comes in and says, I mark 2. And so the way that this works, similar to Root, is that if you are at 3 and you fill in the track to 4, you erase everything on the track. The harmony now goes to 4. Now, if you want to get to 5, you have to fill in everything to 5. So after you get 12 of these marks, you would then erase everything. Circle 5. That's not a 5. What happened to my circle 5? And then sometimes and then now, in order to get to 6, you would need to fill in 18. Okay. And, for lack of a better word, 6 is like winning. Like you won the region. You have reached, ecological paradise, for lack of better words. If there was some way to, if there was some sort of big reward or whatever like that. Now, the key is that disharmony rises simultaneously, and that is correct. So separately, there will be, this is all just a presumption. Separately, in a region, okay, this is the main idea, there will be threats. And threats could be things like a frenzied monster. And remember, frenzy is, monsters aren't necessarily bad. Monster, we think, oh, monsters are bad, right? In this world, kind of everything is a monster. But frenzy is a curse virus that makes monsters basically become, monsters. And so they're bad. So threats could be a frenzied monster, but it could also be things like, 2 communities, of people, maybe that are about to go to war. It could be a group of poachers who have moved into the region and are, killing all of the rhino equivalent monsters, right? So threats can be anything that is a threat to harmony. And the idea is that these threats will be physically present in a region, and they will be something that the players will certainly be motivated to deal with. When a threat isn't dealt with, that threat could generate disharmony. And the same basic thing works in reverse. So, if the frenzied monster is still around at the end of the week, it will actually probably be, this is part of the rules of Wilderfeast, kind of adapted, but each threat will have a threat level. Okay. And the way it will work is the threat's level, we will roll that many D6. If we roll a 5 or higher, we will mark some disharmony. If we don't roll any 5s or higher, then the threat goes up by 1 level. So you're never really quite sure how much disharmony is going to be generated from a group of monsters. You can roughly, you can average it out, but the dice are the dice. Now, there might be ways that we could even affect it. Maybe a group attacks the frenzied monster. They drive it off back into hiding to lick its wounds, but they don't kill it. Well, maybe we reduce its threat from 2 to 1. Now it's only going to roll 1d6. Or maybe we even reduce its threat to 0 for this week. It's not dead. It's not removed, but the group still had an influence on the mega game. And that can be very, very satisfying. But one of the things that you'll notice about this chart, and this is true for root as well, is that you only need 4 marks to go down. And this means that it is, it is easier to lose harmony than it is to gain it. In other words, it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll and all that jazz, right? It's hard to be king. I don't know, whatever it is, whatever euphemism you want to use. Correct, Simon. That what I just described, entirely inspired by diminishing pools from Grimwild. 100%. It's making the clocks less predictable. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do. So it's diminishing pools from Grimwild. Big time. So, there's a certain element of that you need to manage. Now, there is one other little minor element, which I think is really, really cool. And again, one of the things that's cool about mega games is you have a bunch of people all playing. And so it allows other people to have these influences to the game in a fun, materialistic, and permanent way. So what do I mean by that? So one thing that we talked about, this was just an inspiration that just came from, what game did we just cover with the lock? Oh, Dungeon World 2. Dungeon World 2 talked about marking conditions and locking conditions. So marking a condition is this idea of putting an X through it. And when you reach the new level, you erase all of them. Your level goes up to 4. And now you have to start again from here and go all the way up here to go to 5. The idea of locking is, let's say a group of players gets together. Maybe this is over multiple sessions. Maybe it's a big town community event. But maybe they build some sort of like monster rehabilitation center or something. Or maybe they create some sort of, anti-frenzy antidote that they like release into like the source of the great river that flows through this region. The way a lock works is a lock basically permanently or nearly permanently fills in some of these circles. So now if the group's harmony is 3, when you want to get to 4, you only have to mark 3 X's. When you get those marks made and you go to level 4, we erase the marks, but we don't erase the locks. And now, in order to get to 5, you already have the first 3 spotted to you, and now you only need to get 9 instead of 12. And so over the long run, this can be, proved to be very, very effective. Yes, there's definitely an element between turf and rep as well. Correct. And how turf permanently marks if I'm remembering correctly, right? Turf permanently marks your tracker so that you need less rep gain to go up a tier, I think, if I'm remembering that correctly, Simon. So yes, that's also definitely an inspiration for this. But I should note that, there could also be locks on the negative side, right? Maybe a dam is built, and it highly disrupts the ecology of the region. And it's not just some temporary thing. It's going to be a real problem over and over and over again until that dam is explicitly and dealt with and released. Now, someone asked, so what does harmony score do? Well, a couple of things. Number one, in the game, there is this idea of this symbol, which means max harmony. Now, in the game, it kind of means some different things. But there are certain game mechanics and things that reference off of this. And one of the most important things to note is that this affects both players and monsters. So, as an example, I'm looking for one here. Apparently, this gets referenced a lot of times. Okay, here we go. there is a trait called Indefatigable, and it costs you one of your mighty successes. So if you make a mighty skill roll, and you trade it in, you can end H levels of the fatigued condition and restore H points of stamina. So if a monster or a player character who has acquired that pronunciation hurt. Indefatigable? I don't wait. I'm trying to Indefatigable? That doesn't even sound right either. All right, Google time. I actually don't know how to pronounce this word.
Indefatigable.
Indefatigable.
Indefatigable. Indefatigable.
Indefatigable.
Interesting.
Indefatigable.
Fatigue. All right, not fatigue. Indefatigable. I like that better word. I like that one better. Indefatigable. Fatu. So it's interesting. So it's not fatigue, it's fatu. Okay, so it's fatu, not fatigue. All right, anyways. Indefatigable. Whatever. You can't be fatigued. You fatigue me once, you're not going to fatigue me again. So anyways, when you use this trait, you restore H fatigued and you end H levels of the fatigued condition and you restore H levels, H points of stamina. So if a monster or PC it uses this, if they are in a region that has a harmony of 1, then they are only going to get back 1 point of stamina. If they use this, there we go. If they use this in a region that has harmony 5, they're going to be getting back a lot of fatigue, and they're going to be getting back a lot of, or they're going to be ending a lot of fatigue and gaining back a lot of stamina. So, there's literally elements in the game that reference this harmony level. So that's going to be the main thing. But also too, it's a victory point track. It matters. It does that thing. Now, this is where there was a lot of debate yesterday. And I'm still not, there was a lot of I'm still working on this. So this is all, and it's late. So, this is all fuzzy brain stuff. But okay. The issue is, again, I've talked about this a million times, but the issue is in the normal game, you have this idea of the Pax harmony. And that is this representation of as a group of PCs, what is your harmony together? What is your relationship, I think, with going wild and being in touch with your monstrous side? It's kind of a grab bag of things. Okay. And so your pack has a sort of a current harmony, and then there's this idea of the maximum harmony, right? Which can go up or down depending on, big actions that your group takes. So your group might be at 2 of 4. And I should point out that your max harmony is kind of the max harmony of the world, because everything in the game references off of your PC's group's max harmony. Technically, if your group's max harmony became 0, technically, I don't know, everything in the game would die. But one of the things, the idea of the game, of core Wilderfeast, is that when you make a die roll, okay, when you make any sort of die roll in the game, you can either focus up or you can go wild. Okay, and basically one means use your human side, and the other one means use your monstrous side. When you focus up, you get to roll all your d6s. And remember, you need a 5+ on one or more of your d6s in order to succeed. When you go wild, you roll one. That's a terrible one. One less d6. Okay. So if normally you would roll 3d6, you instead roll 2d6, right? When you're going wild, you don't have as much control, right, over succeeding. However, you also roll your action die, and your action die basically is used to determine how much damage you do, how effective your action is. And if you focus up, it's a d8, and if you go wild, it's a d20. Now, I should note that in the game, humans, true humans, always roll a d8. They can essentially only focus up. Monsters always roll a d20. They're only monsters. You, as a wilder, are the bridge. You're bridging the gap between, man and beast, man and monster. So you get to pick. Now, so obviously this is a big deal. And then, obviously for damage perspective, I think we all know the difference between, say, dealing 4 points of damage and dealing 15 points of damage. But then from an outcome perspective, if you get a 1 to 4 on your, if you get a 1 to 4, you kind of get a partial success, right? It's kind of like, success with a complication or whatever. A 5 to 7 is, a normal success with no drawbacks. And an 8 or higher is a crit. Now, for damage, it's just whatever, if you rolled 18 damage, you did 18 damage. But like if you're like, I don't know, like trying to convince a group of people to work with you. So you can see that when you go wild, all right, when you roll a d8, when you need to roll an 8 to crit. When you roll a d20, you need to roll 8 or more on a d20, and it's a crit. So there's a very strong incentive to go wild. Now, obviously, you still have to succeed, and you're rolling one less die. So, you're instead of rolling 3d6, you're rolling 2d6. So there's a drawback to that. But this is a long-winded way of saying this. If you go wild and fail, which is more likely because you're rolling one less d6, the group, because it's one pool, okay, loses harmony. And the game gives the description as like your instincts are out, they're in stress, they're in tension with your monster. You're basically being torn apart between your sort of monstrous side and your human side. You failed, you went wild, but you failed, so it was like you're not in sync. And the group loses harmony. Now, does that make sense? Yeah, to a certain extent, but I could also see where it kind of doesn't make sense. So that means that the pack's harmony in this case would go from 2 to 1 because we just failed. If the pack's harmony goes to 0, and remember, this is a shared resource amongst the players, and you would lose harmony, the harmony stays at 0, and instead, your character becomes discordant. And this is a nasty condition. Your thoughts and instincts are in conflict. You gain disadvantage on all tests. Basically imagine in 5e, you have permanent disadvantage. It's a nasty condition for sure. Now, and what disadvantage means in Wilderfeast is that instead of needing a 5 or higher on a d6 in order for it to count as a success, which would be a 5 or a 6, with disadvantage, you just need a 6. Or you only succeed on a 6. You don't succeed on a 5 or 6. So you go from, 5 and 6 being successes to just 6s. I should also note that if you have advantage, you get 4+. So obviously, math is hard with multiple D6. That is a correct way to. But yes, I mean the easiest way to think of it is on each individual dice you have a 33% chance of success, and now you only have a 16% chance, 16.5% chance of success on any individual dice. It's pretty brutal. Okay, so that's one thing that can happen in the game. Now the other rule of the game is one ally, when you make an attempt, when you make a test, one ally can help you. Now, helping rules are very fraught in most RPGs because if you allow it and it's, free, people will help every single time. Now, of course, in combat, this can either be very powerful if it doesn't really cost you anything, or stupid because it takes your entire turn. 5e D&D comes in. Now, help is very strong in 5e D&D. It gives you advantage, but it's not particularly useful in combat. I mean, it could be, but you're giving up your whole turn to help, which is kind of shitty. But what about outside of combat? Well, now it's broken because there's no reason that someone shouldn't help you and help you all the time. So in Wilderfeast, like in most good games, they have a great way of distributing this, which is one ally can help you, and you gain advantage on your roll. So, similar to 5e, really, if you think about it. But yes, you go from needing a 5 or higher to needing a 4 or higher on your D6. A nice little piece of advantage. I should also note, by the way, that the way that this game works is that many of your cool monster powers and techniques require you to spend successes. So if you have more successes, you'll be able, like if you roll 3 successes on your dice roll, you'll be able to do multiple cool things, right? You'll be able to trade them in for multiple cool things other than just hitting. This is core. Yes, this is the core game. However, if you fail, even with the person helping you, the group loses 1 harmony. So you can help them and give them advantage, but if they still fail, despite you helping them, the group loses a point of harmony. Now, I should note, by the way, if someone goes wild and you help them and they fail, the group will lose 2 points of harmony. 1 for someone going wild and failing, and 1 for someone helping and you failing. Okay? So those are the core rules. And now here's the issue. Normally, this harmony travels with your group of PCs. It sort of represents your harmony as a group, your harmony as a pack. It also kind of represents your individual harmony, right? Because you become discordant. It's kind of a mix of bag of things. But there's this idea of this sort of group togetherness. Unfortunately, in a mega game, that doesn't work because the group changes every session. And the pack's harmony persists after the session. So even if we somehow did assign your group for that session a harmony, like we might say, oh, your group gets 4 out of 4 harmony at the start of the session. Well, okay, cool. And then at the end of the session, your group is down to 1 or 0. Hell, you're at 0. But then the session ends and there's no consequence. In a real game of Wilderfeast, the next time you guys picked up the game, your group would still be at 0 harmony. Yikes, right? So, the problem with a session is, with a mega game is, you don't get that sense of persistence that carries on. So the tracking of the price is a little tricky. So I made the decision. Also, I should also note, in theory, in a real game, you're playing with people, that you trust, that you play with all the time, that maybe they're your friends. But in a mega game, you're potentially playing with people you've never played with before. And so it could be a little weird if like somebody else goes wild in every single dice roll and it ends up fucking you over. And like there's an element of the game that's kind of the point, but I also it could probably lead to some bad feelings. So the decision I made was to make Harmony that regional idea. And instead, so Harmony is now regional. And instead, and this is all a work in progress, you are going to have a concept as a PC individually called balance. And the idea is that balance represents your character is a human who has begun ingesting and eating monsters in order to become more monstrous. And you've done this so that you can have the power to make a difference and try to fight for the things that you care about, to fight to save the world, basically. But that is tricky. Okay? So, how do you maintain that balance? So, here is my rough perspective. Now, these terms are pending. Okay? So, your character will have. Now, some of this is taken from The One Ring. Some of this is taken from Avatar. Some of this is taken from some other games. Okay. Now, these names are not final. I've played around with a million different names, and I don't like any of them. But, I mean, you know, some of them are more some of them make more sense than other ones. Your character will have a resource called humanity, right? And, you know, you'll have a max humanity. Okay. And so let's say that your character's at, you know, I don't know. I'm making this number up here. Your character's at, 12 of 15. Humanity represents your connection to other people, your connection to yourself, your human side, your belief in your goal as a person, your drive, your focus, your will to get things done. But it also, again, has to do with your character's connection to the people around you and your ties to humanity, right? So it's not just your tie to yourself, your own humanity. It's also this idea of your tie to humanity as a group, humanity as a whole, humanity as a people around you. Okay? Now, you can spend 1 point. Okay, sorry. When you focus up, now remember, focus up is where you roll all your d6s and your action die is a d8. Remember, this is the move. This is the human move, right? This, in fact, if you're a normal human, this is the only way you can roll dice. Going wild is where you roll 1 less dice and you roll with a d20. That's a monster move. In fact, monsters can only do this. So focus up. So when you focus up, okay, when you focus up, oh, why does it do that sometimes? You may spend 1 humanity once to gain plus 1 d6 to your roll. So basically, think of it as a moment of intense focus. You're sort of drawing on your own, inner strength as a human. You're sort of tapping into your humanity to give you a little bit of a boost. However, that was the other game that this was inspired by. Vampire the Masquerade. However, if you help someone and they fail, you lose 1 humanity. This is quite literally you losing your faith in humanity. I helped you and you still failed. Maybe you feel bad about yourself. You kind of have lost faith in them. Your help wasn't enough to make a difference. Maybe you helped them and they still sucked. Either way, it sort of eroding your confidence and your belief in humanity. Okay? So that's humanity. Now, separately, this, again, names pending. There is a tension, strain, stress, call it whatever you want. This resource represents the tension, right? The strain of the fact that you are embracing your monstrous side, and sometimes it is pushing. It wants to get out. Okay. And there are things that happen throughout the game that make this thing more pronounced, right? As you encounter things, as you do certain things, there's this sort of growing, in Vampire Masquerade terms, it's like a growing hunger, it's this desire to kind of let loose and break free. Okay. And feeling a little bit wonky, like there's this pent up animalism in you. So tension, strain, and stress. If you go wild and fail, you gain 1, and I'll just call it strain. So in other words, if you try to tap into your monstrous side and fail, which by the way is more likely because you lose a die, you start to kind of feel this tension between your animal side, your human side. It's starting to build up. Okay. Now, additionally, as a consequence for failing rolls or through environment, the GM can inflict one to 3 strain. Okay. So this is like a lever for the game masters to sort of represent this tension and this strain going into you. If the group came across you've been hearing about this group of poachers, and suddenly the group comes into a forest clearing, and you see hundreds of dead animals, and they've been, the corpses are just sitting there rotting in the sun, and the only thing that's been taken from them is their horns. Right? The GM might say, I don't know, everybody gain 2 strain. Right? It's this thing that just, it causes you to sort of have this, this feeling of disharmony, of this moment of tension between wanting to sort of be a human and sort of not be a human, right? And you sort of feel, again, this sort of strain to say, oh, Pumpkin, the One Ring is definitely a big influence for this. Now, this is an area that I haven't figured out yet. This is Darth Gorlock talking, because Darth Gorlock is like, I want to be bad. I want to be dark. I want to be evil. So this is a question mark. Is there something to gain one strain to get some bonus? Now, this is a question mark. I don't know if I want this. In other words, do I ever want it to be like something that you might want, that you might purposefully gain, that you might lean into your monstrous tension? I don't know. In theory, I kind of want your character to feel like I'm in balance between my two sides. But so right now I have it as just like, it's something that happens bad. It's bad, right? It's always bad. Like you went mild and you failed, you gain 1 strain. Or because you failed a roll or because of the environmental effect, you gain 1 to 3 points of strain. So that is an option. Now, this is where like the Tor definitely sort of shows up. Now, stay with me. I know there's a lot of rules on here, but if your humanity is greater than your strain, okay, you're fine. If your humanity is less than or equal to your strain, your character becomes imbalanced. This is a new condition that I have created. That is inspired by the One Ring. And so how would you become imbalanced? Well, you would become imbalanced if your humanity dropped too low. You would become imbalanced if your strain got too high, right? When you are imbalanced, if your action die, remember that's either the D8 or the D20, is a natural 1, you automatically fail the roll. Okay. So let me walk you through the design parts of how we got to this, or how I got to this. Now, remember, when you make a dice roll, an action roll, you're going to roll a number of D6s. If at least one of them is 5 or higher, you'll actually roll all of these. You roll all these at the same time. You roll your D6 and your D8, or you roll your D6s -1 and a D20. If you get a 5 or higher on any of the D6s, it's a success. And the action die determines how effective your action was. If you roll a 6, you did 6 points of damage. If you roll a 6, you got a success. Or if it wasn't like a damaging attack, right? Okay, so here's my thought process. So originally, we were playing around with Discordant as being the condition that would happen here. And the feedback from Strat, and because that's what the game gave us. And the feedback from Strat and Darth was very useful, because they basically pointed out was, this is extremely punishing, and it is. And he's like, to the point where I just wouldn't, once I got to the point where this was a risk, I would just stop taking that risk. It's not worth it, because once you gain disadvantage on all tests, it's really problematic. So in other words, Discordant is too painful of a condition. So I wanted to create a new condition. And the idea of this condition is that if your action die is a 1, you automatically fail the roll. Now, there's a couple of play pattern things that's important about this. Again, inspired by the One Ring. Here's the thing. For starters, if your action die is a 1, this is like the One Ring, right? Which has these conditions which lower the floor, but don't really affect the average or the ceiling. Here's the thing. If you roll a 1 on your action die, you're already getting a very minimal effective thing. You're only doing a point of damage if you roll a 1. You're getting a partial success. Now, don't get me wrong, that is not nothing. But the effect that you're losing isn't the biggest effect. In fact, it's the weakest effect. So the way I think of it is we're making the worst result worse, right? We're not really, well, I'm not affecting a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, 8. I'm only affecting a 1, which is already your worst result. So I'm only making the worst result worse. So I feel like this is an extreme, I think it's effective, but it's not too punishing. But there's another subtle play pattern that can emerge because of this rule. And I'm curious, I don't even know if anyone's still here or if anyone's paying attention or anyone even cares. I'm curious if anybody else, but just through reading it, get the play pattern that emerges because of this. Maybe. And again, it's not forced. That's what's important about it. It's not like an automatic, you must be doing this thing, yada, yada, yada. At this point, I just don't think anyone's here, but that's okay. I'll give it a minute and then I'll answer it anyways. Aha, that guy. Very good.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
Very good, Platinus. Once you become imbalanced, you kind of want to go wild more because now you're only going to fail on a nat. You're going to fail automatically on a nat 1. So if you're using, you only get it 5% of the time. It's just like D&D. You only fail on a nat 1. I mean, you still could fail otherwise, but you get this. The penalty only affects you 5% of the time. Whereas if you're rolling the D8, right, you're going to fail whatever it is, 13% of the time or whatever it is. No, math is hard. 12.5%, right? So over double the percentage chance. 12.5. Thank you. 12.5%. So 12.5% versus 5%. Okay. So in other words, it kind of wants you to go to a death. It kind of wants you to embrace your wild. Now, here's where the game gets really tricky. Well, not tricky, but very Derek-like and very One Ring-like. Okay, so strain, tension, stress, is curable, but it's not a quick cure, okay? It represents you struggling with the sort of monstrosity and the sort of horribleness of the things that you're dealing with, right? And also the monster inside of you. But it represents the struggle. That's the key thing. And that's why you become imbalanced. So there is an option that you can do basically at any time. And I am tentatively calling it embrace the beast, but we might also call we could call it unleash the beast, or I don't know what we want to call it. Okay, we can call it anything. Okay, the name doesn't matter. When you unleash the beast, your strain goes to 0. But your monstrosity, again, names pretending, goes up by 1. Now, if you know the One Ring, this is the same design as the One Ring, basically. And just like in the One Ring, we actually have the equation, which is harmony, humanity is greater than strain plus monstrosity. Monstrosity is essentially permanent. Okay? So when you, for the most part, it's not permanent, but you're not, you're not what's the word I'm looking for? You're not curing it at the end of the session. You're not curing it with a downtime action. It's a significant thing to reduce monstrosity. Okay. Monstrosity is you basically willingly accepting the monster. You give up the struggle, right? So when I say it's permanent, I mean, I don't like to say anything's permanent, but it is basically permanent. You might be able to remove it a handful of times per session or per season. It's not something that you should embrace or take on too lightly. And so there is this option for you to sort of embrace and give in, sort of embrace the monster and sort of take this upon yourself. And here's where the final little knife twist comes in. Wilderfeast is all about humans who eat cursed monsters to become weird hybrid blue mage chimeras to burr up to save the world. Now, this is where we get into the classic Derek dilemma. If you know where this is going, good for you. Okay? Humans eat cursed monsters to become weird hybrid blue mage chimeras to burr up to save the world. In Wilderfeast, when you kill a frenzied monster, a cursed monster, you can perform the sacred ceremony of the Wilderfeast, in which you ritualistically prepare the monster for food, for eating, and eat it. Upon completing the Wilderfeast, your character can gain one of that monster's monstrous traits and gain it themselves. Now, in the core game of Wilderfeast, there is no limit to the number of monster traits that your character can gain. Your character could gain 500 of them if you wanted to. 2, there is no drawback to the number, to gaining, to basically to eating a monster and making it part of you. So eating a monster and basically, turning your arm into a tentacle gives you there's no drawback to it. It's only good. That's very fun. Look at all the cool powers I have. It's like, Pokemon or something. Well, Derek doesn't like fun. Derek likes interesting. And so, when you eat a monster and gain one of its new powers, you also gain a point of monstrosity. So in other words, if your character gains too many monstrous traits without increasing your humanity, which could also mean increasing your character's max humanity, obviously, your character will be perpetually imbalanced and eventually, we didn't get into it, but discordant. What this means mechanically is that if you want your character to have a lot of monstrous abilities, you also have to do a great job at increasing your humanity. In other words, in order for your character to gain the maximum burrage, your character has to be in balance. Your character has to have enough humanity to balance their growing monstrosity. And if you don't have enough humanity, if you only have monstrosity, your character risks becoming a monster yourself. And yes, potentially becoming an NPC and losing your PC. That is where one of the things comes in from. Yes. So and that is, as they say, the gist of the gist of it. And I think it makes it for a more interesting decision. It is less fun. It is more interesting. It's less unicorn. It is more crane. 100%. That isn't the worst thing that's not terrible. Self-confessed thing. I don't hate that. Die rolls could be fun. Little push your luck, I don't mind that. I could see that. Risk it for the biscuit. I don't mind it. That wouldn't be the worst thing. I could live with that probably. But either way, the idea is that as your monstrosity grows, your character becomes, more and more. Now, there's a different thing. So we didn't talk about discordant. So remember, if your humanity is less than or equal to your strain plus monstrosity, your character now becomes imbalanced, right? Which is this rule. However, if strain plus monstrosity ever equals your max humanity, that's when your character becomes discordant. One of the things that Strat and Darth talked about is that they basically said discordant is kind of like you fucked up really bad and like you deserve, the punishment. And they said that even in the core game, they question whether discordant is such a painful condition that they wonder if it's not like designed to make you not even want to push your luck. So let's put it another way. So let's say our character has 10 humanity and their max is 15. Okay? That's their humanity. And right now our tension is 3 and our monstrosity is, at the beginning of the game, it's 2 because you start with 2 mutations, I think. But let's say our monstrosity is 4. So that means right now we have 10 versus 7. So our character is fine, right? Now, we play the game a little bit and our tension goes up. Our tension goes up to 5. And now we're at 10 versus 9. Our character is still fine. Now, we spend some points of humanity, and we are now at 8. Well, we could even be at 9. Our character is now imbalanced. Maybe it should be less than or equal to, or less than, whatever. That's a nitpick that we can fix. But our character is now imbalanced, okay? But remember, we're at 9 of 15. So this goes down some more. We're still imbalanced. Again, remember, imbalanced isn't like the end of the world. It's not terrible. But our tension goes up to 10. And now we're at 14. Now, I didn't say this, but this is important. If our total gets to 15, our character becomes discordant. And once our character becomes discordant, we can no longer unleash the beast or embrace the beast. Okay, right now, we could embrace the beast. And if we embrace the beast, tension would go to 0 and monstrosity would go to 5. So our total would actually go to 5. And we would actually not even be imbalanced anymore. We would wipe out 10 points of tension and we would add 1 point of monstrosity. Okay? But if we don't do anything and tension goes to 11 or 12 or whatever, it could be as long greater than or equal to humanity, I should say. So now tension goes up by 2 and now we have 16 tension plus monstrosity. 16 is greater than or equal to our character's humanity. We are no longer imbalanced. We are discordant. And that means our character is basically kind of like locked in this situation where we can no longer just unleash the beast, where we kind of embrace the beast. My thought, and I'm not 100% sure on this, it depends on how we want to handle this. In the One Ring, the game that is really inspiring this, when you reach this state, the only way that you can get out of this state is by having a bout of madness. This is like Boromir trying to take the ring level of nonsense. And in the One Ring, when you do a bout of madness, it pushes you down a path towards losing your character to the shadow. So my thought process is if I wanted to mirror that, when you reach this point, your character has to have a bout of monstrosity, or some sort of monstrous moment where your character loses their humanity and sort of kind of has this sort of darkest monster moment. And it pushes you down that road to basically becoming an NPC and losing your character permanently. But it should be something that like is a slow burn, right? That you kind of gradually make your way into. And I don't want like, a bunch of characters losing it. I think it should be kind of half deliberate, half pushing your luck too far, right? Now, are there ways to lower tension? Yes, there are ways to lower tension. Absolutely. Yeah, something like that, Shorn, right? They go on a mindless rampage. Maybe the party has to fight them for a while to constrain them. I don't know. Maybe you lose yourself and you accidentally go and you kill a bunch of the animals that you're trying to save. Or maybe your character loses control and goes on a rampage, in a peaceful town. What I mean? Not like I don't want to like go full evil, but something monstrous, something not human, something like that. I think the answer should be both, Vin. But I absolutely think that this should be something that you potentially work on between sessions. Now, by the way, it should go without saying. So this is where like Derek gets into like a meta thing here. Is humanity can be raised by sharing meals, right? With your allies, right? Having fun, sharing meals, doing the stuff that you do in Wilderfeast. Okay. Saving people, right? So if you, save a community of people and stuff like that, that raises your humanity. If you see the good in man type event, the GM might say, hey, everybody gain 1 point of humanity. And then this is where things get a little meta. One of the things that we know in our mega games is that between sessions, people love to RP chat in Discord. We've had bots in place to measure that in a sort of way and use it to award a form of XP for level-based games or things like that. And while I do think there needs to be a limit, one of the things that I want to do is have you spending your time out of the session, role-play chatting with your fellow game players, be something that restores your humanity. So just going onto the Discord and communicating and sharing and talking, with your fellow players is something that is connecting you, literally connecting you to your fellow players, to your fellow humans, to your fellow wilders. That will raise your humanity, right? Oh, my tip thing. Oh, yeah, because this isn't like a normal. This isn't a normal stream because I just hit go streaming. Let me see. YouTube Studio, content, live, edit. Okay. The link should be there. So I see a bunch of questions here. Yes, I am still freaking going. I did post it. Is that true for max humanity too? Well, so for max humanity, I'm thinking max humanity has to be sort of tied to very concrete things. Like if you're big quests, saving a town, bringing a species back from the brink of annihilation, really important things that make you feel like, hey, we're all in this together. I think max humanity gains might be something that's even a little bit more global, or maybe not necessarily global, but be something that is awarded for the whole group. I haven't 100% dialed in, but gaining max humanity is, something that is more of a deed, something that you really accomplish in that respect. Now, looking at this, I'd assume humanity raises slowly, but stuffing like tension, etc., can raise fast. Yeah, I mean, tension can raise very fast because the GM can just assign 1 to 3 points of it, Now, you know what? That is why I said a character who loses control like that should never really fully happen by accident. Part of the reason that a character gets into that state, Simon, is because somebody's leaning into that and they want to see that. Now, that guy, can this be tied to regional harmony or something like that? So that's a great question, and I'm going to answer it. So normally in the game, when your group shares a Wilderfeast, remember, in the normal game, harmony is just tied to, just you, just to your group. Harmony is maxed. I think that's a little strong for our game and for our levels. So instead, when you have a Wilder Feast, you gain whatever the harmony value is in the group. So if you're in a harmony region 3 or harmony region 4, you get 4 points to either lower tension and or raise humanity, is kind of what I'm thinking of going for. One of the things that I want to do is I want to make everyone's number one priority to be, we want regions to have a high harmony. It's better for everybody, right? And that way, if you're adventuring in a higher harmony area, right, that's better for you. You're going to be able to, you're in a more natural place. So when you have the Wilder Feast, you're like, wow, this is cool. Like we can heal better here. We can restore things better here and all this other stuff. Simon, I mean, at a certain point, people are also playing the game. I mean, this isn't Pathfinder 2. If this was Pathfinder 2, I could see that, because in complete full transparency, people do play Pathfinder 2 just to build characters and level them up. This isn't that game. I don't think this would be that game anyways. I mean, for starters, all of the advancement is diegetic. So, I don't think that that's necessarily the case. A great example of that, Simon, is, like we've had like curses and bad stuff happen to people in our mega games before. Some people love it. Some people hate it. This is true. People do always hate my random interesting bolt-on systems. This is 100% true, except for like Pumpkin. Pumpkin says, maybe I'm misunderstanding a bit of the system. Maybe. I don't know. What were you saying? Oh, I do think lowering tension without raising humanity should come at a cost. No. I mean, for me, lowering tension is very similar to, reducing, the shadow in the One Ring. It's a stable but slow process. Right. I mean, for lack of a better word, for lack of a better thing, like, if your character has this like, tension between humanity and their monstrosity, like the quick way to resolve it is to just is to give up that fight and to release all the pressure at once, gaining a point of monstrosity. But if you wait enough time, if you spend, downtime actions, or if you, do the right things, then you can slowly make it, tick down over time. But I don't think it's ever going to be a situation where you're going to be able to like finish a session, and if you have a high tension, that you're going to be able to like pop a couple downtime actions and it goes down to 0. That's not the case. It is designed to be maybe not a long-term resource, but it is designed to be sort of a medium-term resource, right? Where it is supposed to stretch across multiple sessions, potentially. So take care of that guy. Let's see here. The way I see this is that the system is all about balance, which is the intention. But with the core tension of finding power drives you more wild. If you focus on that, then the other systems should be largely symmetrical. Well, like I said, right? Yeah, maybe I don't fully understand you, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like, let's just pretend. Hey, there we go. Anonymous, thank you so much. Somebody found the tips link.
Anonymous tipped $10. I had 2-year-long Dragonbane groups with both. I tried a single round of D&D 2024 and now nobody wants to go back. Smiley face emoji, and I thought it would be too much complexity for them. That's a lesson for me.
Well, that is a very interesting little bit of a story there. How experienced were your groups? And what's their preferences? Because usually we hear people saying they don't ever want to go back to D&D after playing Dragonbane, but maybe they Maybe they wanted the extra complexity. I do think Dragonbane is kind of a, fairly simple game. So I think in the base game, Vin, I think you start with 2 monstrous traits. So you would start with a monstrosity of 2. And let's say that your humanity started at 10 of 10. So this would be like what your starting character is. Now, obviously, if you never increase your max humanity and you just keep gaining new monster abilities, right? Eventually, your monstrosity would be 10, your humanity would be 10, and your character would be in constant, permanent discordance because your total here is equal to your max. And so I think from a balance perspective, what I'm assuming is that if your character gains 2 or 3 monstrous abilities, that your character is also going to try to make an effort to gain a point or 2 in their max humanity. And so by the time that this goes up by +8, if you have managed to raise your max humanity by +8 and you are now at max of 18, you are at the same. Here the differential was 8. Here the differential is 8, and you can afford 8 tension and you can afford 8 tension. So this is your character, quote, doing it balanced perspective. So Simon says staying balanced should be less attractive mechanically. This is why power corrupts. I don't like moral choices that award you the same amount. So Simon, this is actually the complete opposite of that belief. So this is the mindset of both, the idea of nature being in balance, but also the idea of Avatar Legends, where in, the whole concept of Avatar: The Last Airbender is that the greatest strength is found in balance. Monstrosity is not evil, and I think that's the mistake that you're making. We hear monster, we think evil. Monsters are not evil. Humans are not evil. They're not good. Monsters are not evil. They're not good. In fact, in the game system, in the world of Wilderfeast, some of the worst villains are humans. They're poachers. They're people who corrupt and destroy the land. Monsters aren't evil. They just are. So I think you're applying a moral judgment here that isn't there.
Scotty Fournier tipped $15. I've fallen asleep to plenty of Derek's stream. This is the first time I've woken up to one. Cheers.
Cheers to you, Scotty. And by the way, I'll be on Roll for Combat in 10 hours. So that'll be fun. How much you want to bet I don't win any of my racquetball games tonight? So that is that. Thank you, Scotty. Appreciate you there, buddy. Glad you got to wake up for one. I mean, you get up kind of early there. I did model it, but that's why I tried to change it, Simon. That's why I tried to change it. That's why I'm calling it balance. And that's why I said these names aren't, maybe we need to workshop the name. Maybe monstrosity makes people think evil. But one of the core ideas of Wilderfeast is that monsters aren't bad. They're just as important to the ecosystem as, as anything else. Now, there is this curse virus called the Frenzy, which turns monsters into, basically kaiju, hunger, but the idea is that is a problem. But monsters by themselves, they aren't a bad thing. They are just a thing, Does monstrosity or humanity affect how you interact with those different types of creatures? I did just wake up, so a bit behind. Now, John's immediately going to 201. Okay, because you're absolutely right, John. We could have some sort of technique or ability that says, like deal plus damage equal to your monstrosity score, or value. You know what I mean? So like you could create game elements where it's like the more monstrosity you have, you can use that to go Hulk out on somebody and, rip them to shreds with your feral rage or something like that. That is that is definitely a possibility. Yeah, I mean, instinct was actually a term that I kind of played around with, but I felt like gain +2 instinct just didn't have the same right feel as gaining +2 monstrosity or whatever like that. And I played around with some other things, but ultimately, what I want, what your character is, what a wilder is. There's humans and there's monsters. And your PC is a wilder and you are a human monster. So ultimately, what I want to represent the core balance is your humanity, your monstrosity, and the tension that can arise between the two, or the strain or the stress that can arise, because the fact of the matter is your character is a weirdo. Like this is not a natural thing. You were doing something that is difficult. This is so fucking Derek. It is. It really is. I know. I'm sorry. I can't. Now you know why this mega game has taken over my brain, because this was what I was trying to get at. As an outcome, I want the players as a community and as individuals to sort of struggle to maintain regional harmony, okay, while at the same time having to find balance between the human and the monster in them. So, okay, what if I made the values go to 9,000? Would that make it more fun, Vin? I mean, the fact that the system at the individual level, Vin, is called balance should already indicate that you wouldn't like it, because God knows, balanced, please. But this is so yeah, so this is something that we to a certain extent, this is something that we've kind of toyed around with here. But if you have a lot of humanity, you can spend humanity you can afford to help people a lot, and you can cash it in to gain bonus D6s. Now, I should point out that in the core game, your dice pool only goes to 1 to 5 dice. That's it. So the largest your dice pool size could be 5, and that's like max. That means you have a max stat. At the beginning of the game, you're going to have 1s, a 2, and a 3. So gaining +1 D6 is a not insubstantial amount of gain. So having a lot of humanity means that you can spend this a lot and not have to worry about becoming a monster, right? On the other hand, if you have a lot of monstrosity, that means your character has a lot of fucking cool talents and traits and weird monster abilities. Yeah, your character might be very prone to becoming imbalanced. Maybe your character loses control. Maybe, there's some other issues, but your character will be very powerful, and you'll have a lot of fucking, rage monster abilities. So, there's that. But I mean, again, this is a work in progress, right? I said WIP. So none of this is like locked in. This is just me. This is like alpha 0.002, Well, no, the monsters are called monsters. They're always called monsters. They are very much monsters, and they are monstrous. I think you are conflating the frenzy, which is a bit different. Perhaps. Maybe. But to quote the opening of the game, the world is a land of monsters. Monsters in their infinite variety, roam the one land. Some are tall-necked and implacable, striding through parched desert, each titanic footprint swarming with opportunists when the rain falls. Other monsters slither through buzzing swamps, spitting fire and flaring their ruffs as they compete for territory. Monsters coast through the clouds, they wallow in the mud, and they swing through the canopies. They are brutal, they are beautiful, they are quirky, they are terrifying, they are playful, and they are ravenous, and each is unlike any other. That's the core of the game. The game is made up of weird monsters. So, I mean, monsters are monsters. I mean, there's monsters that are going to eat people. You know what I mean? It's like like lions and wolves and stuff. Some monsters are dangerous. They don't have to have the frenzy to be dangerous, but the frenzy definitely makes them kind of outside of the normal ecosystem, if that makes any sense. Let's see here. So Vin is my random Vin fan fiction version of your system, where what the monster human stats unlock is new interactions with the tribes folk is making me way more excited. I'm not quite sure I know what that means, but okay, cool. Oh, romance options, eateries, merchants, all keyed to different humanity monster stats. Got it. Okay. But yeah, so this is what I want. This is kind of how I want. This is what I want to do. Oh, got it. Stardew Monster Hunter. Got it. I mean, listen, I would love to have that in there too. I mean, you know me, buddy. I want to have I like the crunchy. I don't know that we necessarily have to tie that to monstrosity or humanity though, right? But I mean, I do like a crunchy slice of life. Let me just say that. Right. It all just becomes monster. Look, everybody's saying it just comes back to Monster Hearts. By the way, Vin has gone on the record as saying he would never ever play a game of Monster Hearts with me ever. So there's that. Now there's a game I need to get a game of. I need to find my people who would never play Monster Hearts and play Monster Hearts with them. But yeah, I mean, it's funny what you guys were saying about this. This will be the last story, and then I'm going to go for the night. I've told this story before, so I apologize. So Matt Holloway, who played Burl on our original Rise of the Rune Lords, good buddy of mine. He first played D&D with us in 3.5 edition, and his very first character was Kel, a very dumb, very dull, very uncharismatic, half-orc barbarian with a 20 strength, as one can imagine. And we were playing Red Hand of Doom. And this is 3.5. And the group was about level 5 or 6, I want to say. And they were, if you know this, by the way, if you know Red Hand of Doom, they were at the part of the game, or the part of the adventure, where they went into the swamps and they're trying to find an alliance with the Kiritor elves, which are like this kind of tribal swamp elf people who live in the swamps. And the group kind of broke up to try to deal with different things. And I kind of had this kind of more of a funny role-playing thing. Now remember, this is probably Matt's I don't know, 4th or 5th session of D&D, of any role-playing game ever. And the princess of the elf people kind of took a liking to his character's Kel. By the way, Kel, very famous for his character sheet saying that his character was, for height, his character was 6 foot 13 inches. This is a classic thing. His character was 6 foot 13. Anyways, so he's a half-orc barbarian. His int, wiz, and charisma, if you added all 3 stats together, they were maybe 10 or something. So, it's kind of like the golden saucer date scene. And like Matt is trying to play Kel going for the princess. And I'm a mechanics guy. I just don't rely on role playing. So at one point, it's clearly going to come down to like a diplomacy action. And we're getting to this point, we're all kind of laughing. And I go, you know what, Matt? I go, you are coming at her not with flowery words or clever quips or brilliant insights. No, you're coming at her with the strength of your heart. You're speaking from the heart. From this diplomacy check, I'm going to let you add your strength score instead of your charisma score. And without missing a beat, Matt goes, I rage. It was one of the best moments ever. I think we might have laughed for like 10, 15 minutes straight. It was like one of those, like, you almost pee yourself. You're laughing so hard. I mean, it was like immediate, instantaneous. Like I was trying to like throw the guy a bone. Just immediately, it's just like, I rage. Oh. It was truly a great moment. Anyways, Matt has been responsible for some of my favorite gaming moments of all time. But that's the cozy core. That's the cozy core. That's the cozy core monstrosity coming out. So, well, to be clear, one of the things that I want characters to do in order to, make sure that they are embracing their, issues, is, they want to, make recipes, cook meals for people, garden, all those things. I mean, to be clear, I mean, that's not me making it up. I mean, the game is the one that has the discordant, mechanic. And, as the game says, your, what does it say here? Your thoughts and your instincts are in conflict, right? You are, you're in discord. You're not able to, understand your own thoughts and your own emotions, right? Your thoughts and your instincts are not in balance. So, that is something I want to have. Adam says, I want the opposite of cozy core. I want there to be a 1 in 100 chance that the monster you're hunting turns out to be a xenomorph and the players now have to use alien evolve rules into their escapes. But I do also want the cozy core. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, I think, if it was up to me, Vin, it depends. I mean, this is where it's like, how much time do I have? And for the 20 people that are going to play it, yeah, like I would love to have in the town game, I would love there to be like a gardening system. And, I mean, this game already asks you to, create recipes for things and, making fake recipes for your made up game. That might be a way that you increase your humanity is if you add a recipe to the town recipe book. Don't get me wrong. I definitely want to be cozy, like any good anime. I want it to be like super cozy. And do you ever see that one Pros D that's like when the anime doesn't match the intro or anymore or something like that, and it like starts off with like two characters like face to face and like having this really like emotional moment, and then it cuts to like the theme song where it's like happy go lucky pizza man or something like that. Right? Like all good animes, I want it to be like, oh my God, Sephiroth is coming to kill us with meteor. Let's go to the Golden Saucer and, breed and race chocobos. So that would be a good aesthetic for me, to be clear. I like the mechanic, and I want players to engage with it, but I don't want the game to be like, oh, the monster inside of me is ripping free. No, I want it to be like, man, I better have another serving of this, kumquat squash soup because, I'm feeling a little bit, I want it to be more like that for sure. But I do enjoy this idea of, coming up with an interesting system for a character. Because again, in the core game, you have to manage harmony as a group. But managing it as a group doesn't really make much sense in this context. So the other reason is, quite frankly, in a mega game, players are going to play like 3 or 4 times a week. And if I didn't have some sort of restraint on how many monstrous traits you could have, like by the end of like month 1, there'd be like people with like 35 traits. So just saying there is a third reason for me wanting to quote anti-fund the game and tax people, because I need something to keep people from like overpowering, over leveling and breaking it. So that is also admittedly a reason, because like even in Northern Reaches, right, we gave up on XP for level. Now everyone's the same level and they all level up every 3 weeks, right? Because we had some people who went to level 81. Yes, 81 in Pathfinder 2. And other people in the campaign barely got to 6. So, there's kind of it's kind of a big difference. Alrighty, folks. Well, that was totally random 5-hour stream. You gotta love it. I'll be back on later tonight or later today for Roll for Combat and all that jazz. It was fun hanging out with everybody. Appreciate y'all. You guys are the best. Thank you, Scotty. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Self-Confessed Cynic, Forvor, Elaine, Zen Bullet, and Agile Monk for all of the wonderful tips and super chats and all that cool stuff. Appreciate chilling with y'all here during the middle of the night. But honestly, for most of you, God, hopefully, you're either really far on the West Coast or you're in Europe or you're in Australia. And this isn't, the middle of the night for you. If it is, well, God help you. I'm going to go get actually, I'll probably go get like 8 hours of sleep and wake up in time for Roll for Combat and then go play racquetball. So not having a job does have its perks. Everybody, thank you for hanging out with me tonight. Or thank you for hanging out with me. Nope, that's not it. Thank you for hanging out with me during this late night stream. Appreciate you all. And I'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.